guess you could say that things went a little left.
son, baby, let's do the math. No one said it'd be easy as. My open hands become closed again. I'm calling you up for an answer. My goodbye messages into my phone. Oh, nothing matters to me anyways. Trying to ignore it all and see today. Oh fuck, I can't tell if I can hold on.
All righty. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to Canopy by Founders Inc. It is a pleasure to be here hosting. To all of you in the crowd, so many of you watching here in front of me, and so many watching back home. You know who you are, and I love you for being out there. But to break this down, 6 weeks ago, Founders Inc. opened their doors to 100 teams building online and another 300 teams building, another 100 teams online and 300 teams. Wow, I messed that up. Well, 100 teams in person and 300 teams online. Forgive me, I have not had enough coffee today. But it's the largest program in Founders Inc. history, and the reason and rationale behind the size and why it's so big is it is truly a belief that some of the greatest builders of our generation, AI, hardware, robotics, all of these new narratives that are taking place, they haven't started building yet. Some of them are still locked into FANG jobs, being bottlenecked by supervisors that are telling them to work on obscure things that are meaningless. Some of them are hacking in their room as teenagers, and others are waiting and looking for their moment to get started. So I'm here as your host of Canopy, and we're gonna be chatting with some of the talented founders that are in the current cohort of Canopy, because they all have one thing in common. They have a trait that is shared between all of them. They are genuinely obsessed with what they do. An obsession can go a long way. You can make incredible strides in a year, just like the first founder we're gonna be bringing on the stage. So we've received thousands of applications for Canopy, and for future programs that'll be coming through, there'll be even more, because the interest to build a startup at the intersection of AI, media, hardware, it's never been higher. So I'm excited to be interviewing 24 teams, 24 talented founding teams from the current Canopy cohort. And it's gonna be an absolute blast, because this is something I get to do, man. I get to enjoy spending time with these founders live at Fort Mason. And if you're not watching here and you're watching online, one thing I will say is the talent is absolutely incredible. Teams from around the world, some that are building on the other side of the country, some that are building in completely different states, countries, continents, and we're about to jump into one of these teams that is building something that I think is gonna have a very long-lasting impact. We're jumping in with a team that takes people's data and they help you find your next customer. It's a company called Ployd, and we're gonna be chatting with their team to learn more about, one, how they build this incredible company, two, what their plans are now that they are finishing up Canopy, and what's next. So, without further ado, let me bring the first founder to the stage. To join me, we have Manny. What's going on, bro? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, bro. I appreciate you pulling up.
Thank you.
I gotta
Super
say,
cool.
first and foremost, man, before I have you introduce yourself, I need you to take a deep breath, because the last 6 weeks have probably been quite difficult, quite insane, a lot of running around. What's it feel like to be at this point?
It's super, super cool. Like I think you spend a lot of late nights at Canopy. Like I don't know the many amount of times I've seen the sunrise from Fort Mason, but it's really cool to be wrapping up and to be finishing Canopy. Like I've made so much progress since I've gotten here. 5 weeks ago I came like just basically with an idea and like a little bit of my database, and now I have like paying customers. Like it's super, super cool. It's incredible.
You and your co-founder, you guys were sophomores at NYU. And you decide, hey, we're going to take this idea, we're going to go make it happen, we're leaving NYU to come build out of Founders Inc. Give me the background. What led to that decision?
Yeah, so we actually go to NYU Shanghai, so in Shanghai, China.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so we flew directly from Shanghai, China to San Francisco. Literally off a DM from Hubert. I sent Hubert a DM, he's like, okay, fly out. We flew out that next week, and now we're here building like full time. It's super, super cool. It's incredible.
That's even more crazy.
Yeah.
Shanghai.
Yeah, Shanghai. It's a 12-hour flight in economy, full flight.
Please don't tell me you had the middle seat, bro.
No, it wasn't a middle seat, but there were some pretty big people next to me, so they weren't going to share the armrest with me. I can tell you that.
So I want to know, what made you send him the DM? Like, were you just like compelled to be like, damn, like I feel like I should be doing more. I feel like I should be taking a risk. I should be taking a chance. What was it for you?
Yeah, I think like I asked my mom like, should I send the DM or not? And she's like, you're already doing this at school, so you might as well like send him a DM and like try to do it full time. And then it worked out. Like next day we hopped in a call, and after that you like did some operation stuff when we came here. It was super, super cool. I think like the mindset behind it is like, I'm already building at school, so why not come to a place where like builders are welcome,
What I want to know is like, what prompted you to want to build the people data platform to find your next customer? I know everyone is building with AI, but not in the same way. And one of the biggest bottlenecks has been, how do you go to market? How do you find customers? It's not just about vibe coding. You almost need to be a vibe marketer. So like, why go with this idea?
Yeah, so me and Cameron were building like an AI hiring type of platform before, but then as we try to do go-to-market and do all these like outreach to people, emails and stuff like that, we realized like a lot of the data is like stale, and you don't know everything about a person. Like you need a lot more information about a person. So like when we say people data platform, it's like a people data platform that has index like more than just LinkedIn. It's like Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, anything that's on the public socials, we pretty much have indexed, and we can tell the whole picture about the person. To write perfect outreach, to write emails that are actually opened. I think like at Ployd, we use our own platform to do our go-to-market and our outreach, and our open rate is like over 80%.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is the single biggest thing that goes down in terms of being able to get the AI in a place where it can write emails that sound exactly like you? Because I've gotten some AI DMs on LinkedIn, and I'm like, brother, I don't know who wrote this, but you probably should have trained the AI way harder.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. I mean, it's a process for sure. Like we actually had Cameron, my co-founder, he's right there. We had him sit down for a couple of days just going through his own personal outreach emails to like help this agent. And we set up like this little front end where he was like grading the emails pretty much and say like yes or no to the agent whether it was good emails. It was like super, super cool. It's an amazing experience. You're like the creativity, and you can just go ask like anyone, because there's so many experienced people here about anything, and they'll give you information, they'll help you out.
So I have to ask, do you guys use your own platform to go to market for your own company?
100%. There's no point in paying Apollo or Clay when you can just use Ployd.
So when you think about kind of the idea or the foundational thesis that people and AI need more data, and that data can be used for like a lot of different things. It could go from, hey, you're researching who might use your product next, or you're trying to make your next hire. What is the most difficult part about getting great data, and how do you separate yourself in a sea of folks who are, you have competitors that are probably trying to do the same thing. What does that big separation look like?
Yeah, that's a super hard thing to I would say put out there is like, how do we differentiate ourselves? And that's like just size of our data and freshness of our data, right? So like a lot of the platforms out there like Zoom Info or all that stuff do like monthly refreshes, right?
Yeah.
But the way it works with us, it's like if we have enough people that are searching on our platform, we refresh our data every single search. So once we have maybe 10,000 to 100,000 searches a day, our data is consistently updated. And there is no need for us to actually pay to refresh it ourselves, because the customer is paying for that, Like that's how we create this fresh database, because it's just like this network effect.
From this conversation, I can deduce that you don't plan on going back to Shanghai.
No, I don't. I'm planning. I've actually just signed a lease on an apartment in San Francisco, and I've moved here full time now.
I want to know, what is the impact of going through the 6 weeks at Founders Inc.? What has that meant to you? Like how has that helped you guys prepare for the next step of building a startup?
Oh, this is such a valuable experience. I think like the partners like Furkan and Hubert are so helpful, especially like the next steps too. Like even though like the program is ending, they're already helping you plan your next steps for like the next 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't stop at Canopy. Like I think that like the partners here and everyone here, like Ruslan and Adrian are even super helpful when it comes to like doing outreach and like talking to customers and how to solve problems. Like I think like they're even extending the Canopy like online to like help more founders with like office hours and stuff like that. It's super, super cool. I think like this experience is invaluable. Like,
do you think that having gone through this program and spent time with so many other talented folks like yourself, has that like positioned you to see and like feel signals differently? Like when you think about, okay, when we need to go higher, just from seeing how you work and seeing how other people work, have you been able to find like little details that you're like, all right, these are the types of folks I want to go for?
Yeah, 100%. Like there's people here that are always pushing you. And I think like that's like the main thing about being in this environment. It's like you have people that are surrounded people with yourself, right? And then like that shows you like, okay, I need to work so much harder. I need people who are working this hard around me, you know? Like I think that like when we're actually hiring our first engineer now, so I'm work trialing people, and if they're not gonna grind like me here, then there's no need for you to be on my team, you know?
You've been crushing it so far. You have over 1,000 users, 800 companies, you know, people from companies like OpenAI using your product. And in one way, this is like, you have these insane highlights. But when you think about kind of like the next step of your company, a lot of the times it's not about seeing all the wins and glorifying the wins, but it's more so seeing the cracks that need to be plugged and fixed and sealed. If there's one thing that you want to improve upon going forward as you leave this chapter, what is that?
I think the product-wise, we need to improve the speed of the search. It takes a little bit of a time, just because we have some refinements we need to do. But I think like further in with the product, it's like we need to talk to more customers. Like number one, talk to more customers.
Well, Manny, I appreciate you pulling up on me, bro.
Of course, man. It was nice
so
talking to
much.
you.
That was fire, man. First one starting off with a bang. I got a little bit overzealous, man. I got to keep up with the schedule. So, without further ado, I got to jump right into it. And this next team, these guys went incredibly viral, man. They went so viral recently that Mr. Beast even commented on their post and what they were building. So, we're bringing up Ammano to chat with me about how they are solving some of the biggest problems in hearing, man. Super dope. Excited to have you guys joining me and talking about your dope product. And I actually got to start it there. Like, you dropped this insane launch video. I'm sure the traction, the attention, it's everything you have been working and grinding for. Like, how did it feel to be able to like drop it and get so much good reception, and how has that changed the course of the business so far?
It was great seeing how all of our hard work ended up paying off, and seeing all the satisfaction from all the people who liked the product. They saw everything about the product and they loved it. So now it's really helped us, get that product viral, get it more international, and let everyone love the stuff that we do.
What do you think about this process of, okay, you have this really dope product, it's different, you're at a price point that aligns with people who are struggling to pay $5,000 for a hearing aid? Like, how effective is it in comparison to a $5,000 hearing aid? Is it still going to be very, I would say, competitive?
So we're still kind of sorting out the testing and everything. Right now, we aren't like consistent enough with our manufacturing. So a big focus of ours has been designing for manufacture, but like designing for that and just making sure that every product that we put out is consistent before we start kind of releasing public test results and making any promises.
When you talk about manufacturing and like, I'm sure like most of these products, are you guys like manufacturing the product in China or like?
No. We're actually doing it like ourselves with
wow.
3D printers just to ensure that it can be like super customizable. Anyone with any kind of shape of ear, we can just take a photo and that goes straight into a 3D print and we can make that.
So to go back to the launch video, you guys ended up getting over 1,200 pre-orders. And I think it's one of the unsung things about Founders Inc. is just the ability for them to put out high quality, high level of storytelling that like, to the point of changing the trajectory. I don't know what's next for you guys, but I'm sure it's got to be absolutely insane off of like the garnered interest. Like, how do you deduce all of this interest and stay focused on the mission with so much noise coming in now from like having such a successful launch?
So the main thing we got to focus on is stay true to our ethos and why we really started this. So we really need to stay true to that point, that why we made this, that price point that we made it at, and make it as accessible as possible for all people around the world who can't afford these typical devices. So next coming months, we'll be focusing on getting those pre-orders out to as many people as we can and rolling that out in batches. So first, we're going to focus on the North American region and then move after to different regions all across the world.
What I want to know is also like, what was the difficulty or the lift that came as a byproduct of like doing this R&D on how you solve the problem, like how you came up with the solution of the current earpiece that you currently have? Like, it's different than what we've seen. So like, how much time did you guys have to actually put into that R&D to get it to this point?
We've definitely spent, like, we've been working on this for about 6 months now, and there's still a lot more R&D, to be honest, that needs to be kind of completed and finalized before we have our final project. And I'd say a big part of this is just that a lot of hearing aid research hasn't really been looking at, how can we do it from a purely mechanical standpoint, and how do we replicate how the ear actually works. A lot of it is more technological and like integrating AI into hearing aids. So it's kind of, we have to take a lot of stuff from other domains and incorporate that into what we're building.
So what's the logical next step, right? As you guys continue to move forward, you already know people want the product. You're going to have to get a crap ton of the product out to them and continue a high level of momentum. But as you end this Canopy chapter and look out for what the world has in store for your company, like, what do you think is the most important move for you moving forward?
I'd say a big part is just our like manufacturing process. If we can get that dialed in nice and quick, then we're gonna be able to distribute our devices like extremely well.
The last question I have for you, in terms of the pre-orders that you've already seen, of course, I'm sure it's like a lot of potentially older people, but what has been like the demographic size, like the ranges of people who are like, yo, I'm buying this for me, or I'm buying it for a family member?
So it's been very nice. So it's been a range of different ages and different demographics. So we got pre-orders from all across the entire world, ranging ages. So our hearing aid, since it's an over-counter device, so it helps specifically with 18 plus. So we've had ranges of all ages from 18 plus and over.
Wow, that's incredible. Man, I appreciate you guys sharing this. This is super dope. Oh, you got the earpiece for me. Let me see. This is cool. Wait, so will it improve my hearing too, or like how does that work?
Well, if you come downstairs, we have a hearing test, so you can actually test your hearing and see how your hearing is, and we can make you one as well.
This is so this is like custom to your ear.
This is for my ear. Yeah. This is for my ear, yeah.
Damn, this is dope. This is super cool. I'm gonna have to make it downstairs once I'm done.
Let's do it.
I appreciate you guys, man. This is cool. Thank you.
All right, yeah. Thank you for having us.
Awesome. You guys take care. Thanks for pulling up on me. This was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to get downstairs though. I don't even know. This is funny because I'm like, because it's a live show, I feel like I'm running it like a Twitch stream, which is great. But I don't know if you clap in between all of them or if you just kind of continue vibing out and going on. I'm not too sure. But either way, we have to keep the momentum going because we have a lot of dope founders to get through over the next couple of hours. And we continue this with Lucen Robotics. Lucen Robotics, a retail robot that restocks shelves at night and picks online orders during the day. Oh, that's fire. That's dope. How are you doing?
Pretty well. Just running the booth.
It's pronounced, is it Lin Yan?
Yeah, Lin Yan.
Lin Yan.
My co-founder. Yeah, we picked him here. It's called Outfit. Right now he's in
Outfit.
India collecting the data. Yeah, persisting our data collection pipeline.
Interesting. So I feel like that's a good place to start. How are you currently getting data? Is it video? Like, what's the process?
So you mean how we guys met? In the first
one, how are you? I'm guessing if you're restocking shelves, are you
Yeah.
putting it on people who work in the grocery
yeah.
stores?
No, not really. So we're building this. So mainly for like night shift. So at first
wow.
we target for the night shift. So one, it's really hard for people to do this type of job, and also secondly, it's hell like quite expensive. And also thinking about you have to not sleep and working for night. So we think about what if we like build a robot there who can take the night shift and just helping do restocking.
That's super interesting. So yeah, let's go back into the story. Like,
Yeah.
how did you meet? He's in India. Where are you from?
I'm from China, originally from China. I studied in the Bay. So the story is like last year, we both live in Palo Alto, a hacker house. Both pretty he's pretty not nerdy, but
Yeah.
it's kind of that vibe. So we started going like hackathon together. we're both really obsessed with hardware. So we say, yeah, let's like, we went to a lot of events together. So we say, yeah, let's do something together.
Was the plan always to go for like a retail robot? I mean, I love it. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
But was that like an area you always wanted to build in? I'm just like wondering, like, what was the thought process?
So the thing is, we both want building like tackle the manipulation problem. It's really hard for the tester hands to pick and place. And then because my sister, she owned a 5 retail shop in the city. So she telling me, oh my God, like, you know, daily, it's really busy. It's a fast moving place. So even the half of the time, the workers spending time just for restocking. So they said, oh my God, I was thinking about, yeah, probably we can like mix a robot to helping her with that. Like, you know, just when, because in that case, so the worker, they can help for like cashiering, like, you know, take care of the customer. Then our robot can just run in there for restocking.
That's super interesting.
Yeah.
What was the difficulty in getting that first prototype and like landing that first like large partnership? Like you have a partnership with a hotel.
Yeah,
Like how did that come about?
So that's pretty interesting. So one of our, like the friends of friends, he's actually running a robot for his hotel. So he just come over and say, oh, that's pretty cool. We saw you guys like video. You guys doing pretty good. Can you guys ship one robot to our hotel? Let's do a testing. So we just drove all the way, like in total, like I would say like the 13 hours to his hotel. We set up all the booths and started running, deploy all the like the item to his robots.
A robot first hotel. So
Yeah.
basically the whole thing, the
It's
plan is
running
it's
by
all
the
going to be
robot.
anonymous. Autonomous,
yes,
excuse me.
Yes. So we're also the robot gonna running to do the room service. But for us, we're just mainly for restocking. But they like our product, say, let's go. Like, you know, you can take it.
So like, what is the difficulty in selling into, I would say, like a Walmart? Like, what
That's
does
our
that
main
process look
target.
like?
If you look any Walmart, like, you know, people saying this, please contact me. Yeah, follow our ads. We're like absolutely. I think Walmart or CVS, they're our main target. But right now we have like 7 deployment at a local shop in San Francisco.
That's cool. When you
Yeah.
think about like these deployments, what type of KPIs or signals are you looking for that like determine how well the product is doing, the level of success, and then also like the willingness of a customer to expand into more stores?
It's actually for, I would say we talk with more than 50 like like the owner of the store in person. So our feedback is basically from the owner. So we bring the robot to there, and it's happen, we're on the site because we want to like take care of it, just let them feel safe and also know somebody will be in charge. So usually we're talking with like the owner, they give us feedback, say what's wrong, what they don't like, we bring back, fix it.
That's
improve
super
it.
interesting.
Yeah.
You know what I want to know is like when you think about building this company and you and your co-founder in completely different places, has it been that way for the entire cohort, and how has that affected the level of communication or like overall speed of building?
I mean, it's pretty good. We both really like your grounded people. So for us, I mean, he's pretty chill person, I'm pretty chill person. And so basically our daily life is surrounded by the product, and also we're really good friends. So for us, like mainly, we read a lot of paper together. Oh, thank you so much for that.
Of course.
This is like the different version of a product. You can see like through video, they're different because we did a lot of change like during the like deployment and also during our R&D process.
I mean, it looks like it's doing the job pretty smoothly. How did you guys come up with this level of like form factor? Of course, the wheels make sense, but do you find that overall the robot will eventually get skinnier? Like, what are the plans in terms of like product sizing and building upon the current framework that you have?
So we train a lot of data for this. We built our own like chassis, so can make it run smoother for navigation. And also, stay tuned. So next month we're gonna like launch a new product.
Yeah.
After next month, we're gonna launch a new product, which is more robust and can run it like pretty smooth.
Awesome. Well,
Yeah.
again, I appreciate you coming up to the stage
Yeah.
and hanging with me and
Thank
sharing
you,
more.
thank
Where
you.
can people find you?
What?
Where can people find your startup?
You guys can find me on X. My name is Lin Yan Fu, and also my co-founders. Like, just follow us. Oh, follow us from the founder saying. Then you can trace us. We're like the robot for like retailing.
Well, thank you so much for
Thank
coming
you so
up.
much.
I appreciate
like
it.
your vibe.
Oh no, you're a good vibe as well. This is dope. I wish we could get more time. We might have to run it back. Seriously. Awesome. Thank you for pulling up. Alrighty. The energy is good, man. I finally feel good. I feel like I'm getting warm. Maybe it was that first cortada. I might need a second one at some point, but we got another dope team coming up. Coming to the stage, we got Monet. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Welcome, bro. Thank
So
you
nice
the
to meet
stream.
you.
Thank you for pulling up to the stream. It is a pleasure to chat. You guys are building open router for agent tools. So can you break that down for me a little bit? Tell me more about it.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, we want to provide you really easy way to get access to hundreds of tools for agents. So today, we use OpenCloud and Cloud Call every day. But every time we want to give a tool or API to my agent, it's kind of really painful. You need to like subscribe to a lot of APIs. You need to manage the API keys, and you need to pass the API keys to your agent. And we want to simplify that, so you just plug in one skill, the agent can have all of them.
One, I'll say I absolutely love it because it's something that makes a ton of sense. Like having to go in every single time for every integration that you want and have a new API key is a lot of work.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's also annoying when you're just trying to build something. So like, when did you guys realize this was an idea to go after, and how did you meet?
So we met in college, and we came up with this idea when we were doing our last project. We were spending a lot of time hand-wiring all the APIs and services for the agent ourselves. We quickly realized it's not manageable anymore, and we have a lot of burdens on DevOps. And also, since the blow-up of Open Cloud and Cloud Code this year, we see this problem is everywhere now. So we are thinking instead of building a vertical agent, we should spend time building an infra that every agent can use to simplify the work.
So my question is, like, let's say I'm running like OpenClaw. Can I just have my agent sign up and it can just go in after that? Once it's in and has access, I can check all the boxes for every service I wanted to be able to access, and it just can run with it and go.
Yeah, basically. So we have 1,300 APIs connecting the backend. So in the past, you have to connect them 1,300 times. But with us, just one time, you have access to all the APIs.
I have a question about building for agents versus building for humans. And you guys are kind of at the intersection of both. What is the big differentiator between the two, and how have you had to change how you think about the product, knowing that you are building for agents?
Yeah, I think agent is really capable, and you need to trust agent so the agent can like maximize its like ability to do the things. So that's exactly what we want to do. Like agent need the visibility into what tools are available out there. You need to get over the payment rule, and it should not like try to like behave like humans. That's not native enough. Instead, it should be like they have their own native way to do the things, so that they could be super powerful. So instead of like let agent to browse your browser or something, we want to provide the tools directly to them, and that they can use that really smart.
Now, since you've gone through the Canopy program, and I mean, you guys are doing really well, 6,000 agent transactions in 4 weeks, so obviously the agents are happy, but how are people finding your business, and how are you finding the whole go-to-market cycle? Is it truly you're marketing more to agents, or is it more to humans that are then connecting their agents?
So right now we are doing both. One is that we make it really easy for agents to read our website. And secondly, like one thing that we really love Canopy is that Canopy really encourage us to like post a lot on social media and be in public. I think that really helps a lot. Like before that, like two of us like never do any demo video or like do the product launch video. But like we are doing like video like ourselves every week and post a lot, and people love it.
Yeah.
Like people can visualize what you're doing. So that's how they found us.
I mean, it looks like the way you're talking, bro, it sounds like you've been making videos for a while. I would have never guessed.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, you're super energetic. I'm like, dang. He's like me. He like actually likes making content.
Yeah, I saw you a lot like on the Quirgy Cafe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you first started making like building public content and sharing what you were building, was there a hurdle for you to get over, or were you just able to like jump in head first and be straight?
I would say be hard, especially if we are not English native speaker. And when you face on the camera, like I'm not that used to camera at all.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like really hard to get started. But since, I mean, like you doing startup as a founder, you need to like make anything possible to make your product success, right? So that's like how we get rid of that mindset and try to be on camera every day.
Well, like I said, you sound like you've been doing it for a while. My last question to you, what is the most important next step for you as you guys finish up Canopy and look to continue building this?
Yeah, for us, we want to get much more users, and we're gonna go crazily on the social media, and also like try all different channels we can do, and use all our use cases we see and copy that everywhere, so that we can get more users and go really fast.
I love it. We got to make a video sometime.
Nice.
We gotta do something. You know what I'm saying? We
Nice.
gotta make a video or something.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Appreciate you guys.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
For sure. I love that, man. I think every founder should be building in public, bro. I think every founder should be making content of some sorts. Like, it changed my life, so I'm very biased. But I'm hoping the next company that comes up will change my sleep. I was trying their device earlier, and basically it said I don't get any sleep. I'm sure most of the founders in here also aren't sleeping. So, Nurex, come to the stage and share all of the incredible things you guys are doing in the sleep department. I'm super excited to chat with you. And yeah, how has everything been? You're building the future of sleep.
Yes, we are. It's been really good. It's been a crazy 5 weeks. We went from idea to prototype in 2 weeks, and then we continued beta testing here in Founders Inc. So many people have tried our device, and so many people want to try it. We don't have enough to give for everyone yet.
You know, there's this thing of like, there's one side of the internet that's like, oh man, every new AI hardware product is gonna be the dopest thing ever. And then you have a side of the internet that's like, oh my God, why would I want someone to just have access to my brain and all my brain waves, and they're gonna give my data to OpenAI and all this other BS. So can you debunk the narrative that like what you're doing is like taking people's data and like storing it for whatever purpose later?
Yeah.
There is a thing that we run our algorithm on device. So
Yeah,
there's
so
no need
what
for
we
that.
basically do is we do read your brainwaves directly. Because we have to process what sleep stage you are in, and then we run what brainwave when the brainwaves is rising. But we send that data in the morning to your phone, so you get a report, and the data is only fully for you. So we don't necessarily store the data in our servers or anything. I mean, it's so far away because we're still beta testing, but we're not selling any data to
what
anyone.
I want to know is, when was the breakthrough moment that you realized like, oh, we could actually like trick the brain into thinking that it got more sleep than it actually got? Because in a sense, you're helping my brain or anybody's brain who's using the product. You have it on right now.
Yeah.
Like get the best parts of sleep, and you're doing it in a very interesting way through these like different waves and
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
Yeah. So deep sleep is very important for you as a human. It's how this is responsible for your restoring your body, your energy, clearing out waste from your brain. And how we do it is there's been so much research done that acoustic simulation, like sound, specifically pink noise, if you know white noise, it's very similar. That does boost up those brain waves that you naturally have. So it's essentially a very natural mechanism that boosts it's like a trampoline, you know, when someone makes you jump higher.
Yeah.
So it's very similar to that.
Man, this is so interesting. So from here, you guys have the product, you've got pre-orders, people are dying to have it. I mean, literally people want it really bad, and I want to try it myself.
Yeah.
Like, what would you consider like a great experience for a user every time they put the product on?
So it's very important for us because we're solving essentially the problem for ourselves because we both sleep like shit. so we're essentially very important for us to make it as comfortable as possible. That's why we're giving out to so many people here to make it like comfortable and getting feedback if they can wear it throughout the night, especially like side sleepers, back sleepers, belly sleepers, like for different types of sleepers.
Yes, it should feel like effortless. Like you put it on and you don't really feel it. Yeah.
So you guys are completely fine being the lab rats.
Oh yeah,
First test case.
you should have seen every night he wears it. He has never taken it off, never.
Like I think this night we had like it was like one of the
first
like
nights.
one nights like that I didn't wear the device and I slept like total shit.
Now, what I want to know is, what you're doing is completely different and it feels net new. Why hasn't anyone tried to take on sleep in the same way that you're doing it?
I mean, sleep tech market does exist. It's not like there isn't similar things. So we do have a competitor that's doing sleep onset, so helps you fall asleep. They're targeting different waves than we are, but they have announced a deep sleep feature, which is doing what we're doing in the summer. So there is upcoming. There is one also company doing electrical stimulation. So you put it on 15 minutes before bed and kind of makes your cortisol lower and other things as well.
The last question I have, you guys are from Lithuania.
Yes.
And I mean, to be honest, you're putting on for the Lithuanian startup scene in a very big way. When you think about kind of the future of the builders that are coming from Lithuania and how you're going to be able to write the story and almost like lay down a blueprint for people to come to San Francisco and build a, you know, a really cool, interesting consumer AI hardware company. Like, how does that make you feel?
I think to me, I'm very happy that I can be kind of representative of my country, especially like doing such a cool product that's not, you know, AI B2B SaaS. So I'm very empathetic about that.
We're not the first. We will definitely won't be last. But you got to blaze the trail.
I love it, man. I appreciate you guys coming up. I love the company, and I'm looking forward to watching you fix my sleep because I need it.
Yeah,
Like,
everyone needs
like
it.
4 hours last night.
It's very bad.
I mean, it's horrible. I mean, I put on the device, and you were like, oh, yeah, like it probably could be worse, but this is as bad as we'll show it to you.
You can sleep 6 hours, but we will make you feel like you slept 8.
That's good enough for me. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, Bryce.
You guys are awesome. Man, that's one of the companies I think any builder in SF needs. If you get less than 7 hours of sleep, you should probably hit them up at some point. I know I don't sleep enough, so I will definitely be doing so. And next up, I mean, the energy just continues because I was using these guys' robot earlier. I mean, I think I almost destroyed it because I didn't know what I was doing. But we're chatting with JL Robotics. They're building an underwater robot that can just do the tasks of underwater divers trying to solve things in the agricultural, the fish farming space. This is super exciting because it's a robot that swims. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're good. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for coming up. I mean, I want to start this off by just jumping into like the thought process behind building an autonomous underwater robot for subsea infrastructure.
So all of this actually started with Wilson. So he was part of the Singapore Navy constructing bridges underwater, and it was like super dangerous because some of his comrades actually lost their limbs from doing so, which is absolutely absurd to me. So therefore, he made it his long lifetime mission to actually do that. And traditionally, for robotics, it's all about classical machine learning. So you have to put fixed position on, for example, you want to move A to B, you do that. But right now, with physical AI, we are able to move past that and make it fully autonomous.
You talk about agriculture being like the initial edge.
Aquaculture.
Aquaculture, excuse me, being the initial edge. You were working on bridges or diving below, and like you had colleagues that were losing limbs from doing this. So it's like that's one of many potentially dangerous jobs that the robot solves. But what do you think is like the bigger long-term play for underwater robots and what they can do?
I think there's a lot of things. Like there's a lot of opportunities for things that can be automated in the sea, because out at sea it's really scary. Like it's a super harsh environment. I think humans are meant to be on land. The sea is very.
What made you guys start with fish though? Like
it's actually really strategic because fish farms are like still shallower compared to like the other things that we want to work on in the future. So it's like fish farms maybe 20 meters deep. Your subsea cables, your underwater data centers, they are way deeper than that.
Fish farms, underwater cables. So I'm guessing a lot of this has to do with like, okay, what depth of water can the robot actually withstand? What is the biggest difficulty in taking a robot that can withstand, maybe like 10 to 25 meters and then trying to get something that can go to 100, 200 meters deep? Like, what are some of the biggest difficulties from a technical perspective in making something that can do that?
I think the biggest one is vision. Like it's super dark and murky like underwater. It's especially bad like when it gets deeper and deeper. Communication gets really terrible as well because like you're really deep, right? It's going to take a lot of time for data to go all the way up again. And you have to use a tether in most cases.
That makes a ton of sense. Now, what is the process like of like, because even when I'm thinking about this in my head, I'm like, who do you call up and say, hey, we have a robot that swims underwater that can help you farm fish better? Like, what does that process look like from a go-to-market standpoint?
So right now, I've been the one outreaching to the fish farms. And I'm like, hey, we're building this autonomous robot to help you do cleaning in this case. Would this be something you're interested in? And most of the time they say yes, because right now divers are the one currently doing their job. And we all know how manual and boring it is. I'm not sure if anyone likes cleaning here, but I mean, I don't like cleaning myself. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, cleaning is probably the most annoying task. So these fish farms have like lots of underwater
cagers. The cagers as well, because the cagers, they often suffer from biofouling, which is like algae. So that's why we want to help to clean them, because or else the livestock will die, and that will affect their revenue and business.
Interesting. When you think about the last probably 6 weeks of being in Canopy and building, how much has being in the program accelerated your ability to take the product to market in a much faster pace?
I think for us is because being surrounded with really awesome founders helped us, dream bigger, want to work harder, and even better. There's like oftentimes you all banter till like midnight of 3, 4 a.m. There you see a group of people working, and that's what keeps us going. So in the last 6 weeks, we actually came in without a fish tank, without a robot. We hacked into the closed source robot. We got it to do it autonomously, and it has been pretty satisfying and inspirational working with cool people.
Man, you guys are doing something super incredible. What I enjoyed was downstairs playing with it. It's super responsive, 1. 2, I realize I'm the worst underwater robotics driver on the planet. I don't even think I would have picked up anything if you didn't basically help me through it. But it's super cool to see what you guys have built. And did you know from your experience in the military that immediately this was something you were going to go after as soon as you got out?
I think it was a combination of this and in university. So I was part of a robotics team that were building underwater autonomous vehicles. It's called Bumblebee, by the way. Shout out to them. But yeah, it was then when I realized that underwater manipulation is really hard, and I really want to conquer that for the seas.
My last question for you: if you guys had to look up in 6 months and say, okay, we've absolutely crushed it since finishing Canopy, what would you have to accomplish in the next 6 months?
We want to be able to deploy the robots with these fish farms, and then after that start collecting teleoperated data to continue training our model. So the more deployments with the more fish farms, the better it is for us.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you guys coming up and chatting with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Of course. A robot that swims. I love it, man. One of the coolest demos I've seen all day, by the way. Yeah, we got a crowd. This was funny because when I first started this, we had nobody up here. It was just me talking to a bunch of empty chairs. And I was like, wow, let me pretend like I have people here. But now we really have people here, which is super interesting. But we're jumping in to our next team, which should be in apps. Actually, no, excuse me. I went one too far. Our next team is, oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I pressed the wrong button. That is completely on me. That's on me. I'll take that one on the chin. It's my fault. We got Space joining me on the stage. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you coming up. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. How's it going?
Amazing.
Pretty good. Can you break down what you were building and give us just the quick spiel of what is Space? And why did you name it Space?
Yeah, so we're building Space, the infinite file system for humans and AI. The reason we named it Space is because it's a file system that effectively gives your computer infinite storage space. So if you think about other virtual file systems out there like Dropbox, Google Drive, they technically, yes, sure, they give your computer a lot of storage space, but they have the caveat that you need to wait for the files to download. And after they're downloaded, they use up your computer's storage space. So we've built a file system that allows terabytes of files to live on your computer, but none of the files take up any of your computer's storage space, and you don't need to wait for downloads to use them in any application.
That's insane. As someone who has man, I got files left, right, and center from just making content. I'm like, yo.
That's actually exactly how we came across the problem.
Exactly.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. We're creators.
We're creators ourselves, both YouTubers. Ari as well, he's in the crowd. Shout out him.
Fire.
Ari over there.
I told him to film right now for our YouTube channel, so that's what he's doing.
I would say y'all are ethical, man. Like I tell people all the time, I mostly make short form content, but the skill gap for being a YouTuber, when someone's like, oh yeah, I'm a YouTuber, I'm like, damn.
Nah, that's all him, bro. That's all him. That's all him.
I'm like, what?
He
what do
built.
You mean you're a YouTuber?
He built his YouTube channel to 45K subs, and then he helped me and Ari build our YouTube channel to 21K subs in the past 8 months. And that's how this idea came about, because as we were doing the weekly episodes, it was kind of like, do you want to go into it?
Yeah, every single week, we basically fill up a terabyte of storage space, just all the content we're pushing out, their channel, my channel, every other source. And every single week, it was like, where do we offload this? Are we throwing this on Drive? Are we throwing this onto a hard drive? Basically, we're wasting time here. We should be making content. So we dropped this in front of Ari, genius CTO
The technical
over there.
genius.
The technical genius.
The GOAT.
The GOAT. And within a couple days, he cooked up this MVP where basically all you could do was upload your footage there and drag it directly into Premiere Pro. And I was like, wow, you just saved me a download. And so once we got here, we're like, okay, how do we get rid of the upload now?
Yeah.
And that's where we've been cooking up.
Yeah, and within the past month, we kind of went full time on this idea, and now we have this file system where you can have terabytes of footage on your computer. It can be other file types as well, but that's the use case that we had. Terabytes of footage, edit them directly in Premiere Pro without any of it taking up any of your local computer's storage space. And behind the scenes, the way that's happening is we're doing partial byte range reads and writes directly to the cloud files. And the way that happens is we're essentially intercepting at the operating system layer. We're intercepting the operating system's syscalls, so read, write, rename, delete, and translating those system calls directly into operations on the cloud. So say, like, give me this exact byte range on this file and stream that back the same way that YouTube streams back a video. But we're essentially saying, we're not just streaming back video on YouTube, we're streaming back any kind of binary file onto your file system.
Damn, y'all are tough, bro.
Nah, bro, it's all Ari. It's all Ari.
Ari's tough. I mean, I'm already envisioning it in my head as I pull the 5 gig file into DaVinci Resolve.
Exactly.
But it's not the whole file. I'm only getting the piece that I'm editing in that moment.
Exactly,
it's like
exactly
what you're looking
real-time
at.
file feeding.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So the beauty of the solution is that we don't actually need to care about where in the file you are, because the program itself, so DaVinci Resolve or Premiere Pro itself, knows what you're looking at, and DaVinci Resolve itself will make the requests to your operating system to say, hey, these are the byte ranges that we want.
Yeah.
And then we're just at the operating system level and translating those requests into requests on the cloud. And we're doing a similar thing to when you make an edit to a file, we also then send those directly to the byte ranges in the cloud and mutate the file directly.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you're making it sound a lot easier. I'm sure bro is a wizard over there.
Nah, he's crazy.
You're making it sound a lot easier than it actually is, bro. But my last question to y'all. You're building this incredible product. As a creative myself, I've been going back and forth between, am I going to have a local hard drive? Am I going to put it in Google Cloud? Am I going to send it through WeTransfer? What I want to know is, like, when you guys think about what the next step looks like in getting this into the hands of the next million creators, how do you do that?
I mean, we're going to do it the same way we always do everything. Organic content, top of funnel, right? So same way you grow any channel. We're going to start there, 100,000 users hopefully, and get this. Every creative studio, every team, anyone putting out content, there's no other file system you should be using.
Well, I'm hitting you up after this. You got a customer.
Whoever's
man.
editing all this and clipping all that, I'm sure they'd love this. So.
Well, I appreciate you guys, man. This is dope. You got a new customer. I'm hitting you up after this.
Hit me up.
For real?
I'm so serious.
All right,
let's
let's
do it.
Let's do it.
Finding a good data
Let's do it.
file management solution forever.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Man, I didn't think I would find a product to use that easily. That's great. Man, you don't understand until you've tried to upload a terabyte of data, and you're like, yo, I'm here all day watching my files upload and upload. But we got to keep the magic and the momentum going. Next up, we have a company. Next up, we have a company that is helping you understand blueprints like a structural engineer, generating estimates so contractors can win more bids. We got Plancor. How are you guys doing?
Good evening.
Hi,
You're
we're
doing
good.
well. How
I'm
are
sorry
you?
I hit you with the little switcheroo a minute ago. It wasn't on purpose.
That's
I
totally
promise.
okay.
So you're helping these contractors win bids easier.
Exactly.
My stepfather is a contractor, and one of the most difficult parts of his job is the estimate cycle. Having to go out to these different properties, and sometimes it can take forever to get an estimate, and then he gets it, he makes the estimate, and he sends it back, and if he doesn't win it, he's wasted so much time. What was the background behind how you guys came up and realized that this was a problem that needed to be solved?
So I actually own a general construction businesses. So I design and build more than 40 houses in the Bay Area.
Wow.
And I think that's the problem that I see personally. I see every workflow, it starts with the blueprint, like from designing. So my firm is design and build. So we design the blueprint, we get permit from the city, we need to wait for like 6 months to get a permit. And then we need to do the estimate. So for me, I spend, like 30 hours to do like one estimate for the house. So I think that is where we get started. We want to build an AI to really understand the construction blueprint and power the entire workflow. Not only just estimate, but we also want to do design. We also do permit, procurement. Like we also spend a lot of time with Home Depots trying to tell them how much materials that we need. So we want to power the entire workflow as well. Yeah.
It's interesting because when you talk about empowering the entire workflow and then you reference Home Depot, my mind immediately goes to the idea that like the workflow gets more efficient as a byproduct of having the exact number of what you need, the quantity, instead of what probably is happening now where there's a fair amount of guesstimation depending on the experience of the contractor.
Yeah, so right now we actually pay Home Depot to quantify the materials. So we just send them the blueprint. And then we pay them, hey, can you just quantify the materials and deliver to our site? So now with the AI that can, understand blueprints, it can quantify that, so we don't need to pay Home Depot anymore.
One thing that I do know about construction is it's very archaic. How difficult is it to get a general contractor who's been doing things the same way for 10, 20, 30, 40 years to try out this new product? Or has it been, the opposite, where they see the value immediately?
Yeah, so we talked to 20 contractors already. They're all into this. 5 of them give us a letter of intent. 2 of them are testing our software daily right now. And we actually did like a service for them for a small amount of money just to validate that, hey, they actually really want to use this product.
I think we provide 10x experience. I think your stepfather used to be general contractors. If they spend 30 hours, now if they get like instant, the spreadsheet, like definitely they will adopt and use our product.
That makes a ton of sense. Now, you guys have finished this Founders Inc. program, Canopy, and you're going on to market. I'm guessing you're going to try to, get as many contractors as you can. What is probably the most overlooked problem that exists within the workflow of this blueprint and estimating cycle that you've even had to go and put more time into trying to solve?
Yeah, so there are a lot of people working on this space. They divide into structural and non-structural trades. 99% of them working on non-structural trades. We work on the structural trades, which takes 70% of the time to do, right? And that's our focus right now. We put our effort to make it work.
As you guys look at the next probably 6 months of the company, what are some areas that you want to improve on from a, not just go-to-market standpoint, but from a technical standpoint, knowing that there are a ton of different nuances and edge cases that I'm guessing you see when building out software for general contractors and estimating?
Yeah, so one thing we want to double down on is our technology because we want 10x experience for like the slow industry. So we have some proprietary technology that can train foundation AI model with much a smaller amount of data, and that's our bet to win the game.
I love it. Well, I appreciate you guys coming up and sharing this with me. It's a really cool company, and I look forward to watching you build it.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Super dope, man. Understand blueprints like a structural engineer. I think that we see it in the world of like a ton of startups now that are like really trying to service industries that are outside of the AI bubble that exists within SF. But I truly think that the big like missing opportunity that most people aren't paying attention to is like the general contractor market. These markets that are outside of the heavy tech user, tech bubble, because those people are walking around and thinking AI is going to take their job. But it's companies like that that are realizing, we can empower people with AI. It doesn't always have to be AI is going to replace thousands and thousands of people. So that's awesome. Next up, we have Joel and Diana. And this is, what is it? Buvio. I think I said that right. Buvio. If I said it wrong, I want you to correct me because I got to know what I'm saying. I got to make it sound good.
Hey, Bryce, I'm so happy to be here. I am Diana from Weebo.
Weebo.
Yes.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Weebo.
Weebo. Yes.
That sounds a lot better. So you are building agentic software for drawing business logic.
Yes.
That seems like super detailed. So can you give me like a background of like how you got into that?
Yes, for sure. We're building Weebo. Weebo is a multidimensional canvas that turns drawing into production agentic software. Imagine your entire team, business, product, engineering, all drawing together flows, decisions, rules, context, and see you, our own model, understand and takes everything that Canvas captured and generates software in real time. Web apps, APIs, mobile apps, agentic workers. That's Weebo.
And that's such a huge market. Like the
Yes.
overall landscape of business logic, it exists in every single company. And
It's
a lot of
true.
the times, to your point, it's confusing. People don't understand it, and people don't know how to translate it in a way that makes sense. You guys have scaled to $600,000 in annual
Yes.
recurring revenue in 5 months.
That's
41 paying
amazing.
customers, and you don't have any churn.
It's true.
What do you think has been a testament to so much rapid growth, but also rapid retention?
Well, I think that right now we have 4 engines. The first one is Wix. It's like an invitation-only C-level club, and that's the space where the journey to becoming agentic organizations begins. And basically, right now we're in still closed beta, but we have paying customers, and we are growing so fast. That's amazing. But I think it's the different to create software by drawing. It's totally different, right? That's the way.
The majority of AI tools that I've seen, they all have these archaic looking chat boxes.
Yes.
And you're chatting in them, but your solution is different because it is more of a visual canvas. How much has that positively impacted your ability to provide a great customer experience?
Well, that's a good question. Well, because after 4 years building AI for enterprise and mid-market companies, we kept hitting the same wall. You know that, for example, every team starts with one idea, business is one way, product another, engineers another, and every handoff, the intent gets lost, you know? And you know that AI may individual faster, but the gap between teams is still broken. So, because every AI tool today gives you one dimension, that chat. But building software is a team sport. You just can't do that in a chat box, right? So that's why we build Weebo. We create a new way to create agentic software by drawing. Yes.
You and Joel
Yes.
have built 3 companies together in 4 years.
Yes.
Meaning you guys have hella rapport together, right? And what has allowed you to just have a rhythm that works? Like, give me some advice and some insights on the co-founder dynamic and how it's created such a synergy where you guys basically keep running it back.
Yes, well, we met 5 years ago in Buy with AI, a legal tech B2B AI startup.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that we have a lot of synergy because, well, I'm the CEO, a co-founder of Weebo right now, so business, product, engineering too, and he leads AI, engineering. So I think that the relationship is amazing because we work together hard and we love it. Yes.
My last question to you.
Yes.
You guys have scaled. The team is running with a high level of synergy. What areas do you need to improve on in the next 6 months to hit the goals that you currently have?
Well, the main goal is launch the next month, and with that, active 4 engines. Weeks, this only invite C-level club, and after that, self-serve.
Yeah.
Everybody start with us, and the next one is our canvas, Weepad, inside cursor, inside visual code.
Yeah.
And after that, WeCommons, it's a marketplace where the canvas, well, basically, you can share your canvas with the world, right?
Yeah.
So, and another goal is reach, by the end of this year, $12 million in annual recurring revenue.
Wow.
Yes.
That's an audacious goal, but I think you guys can hit it. You have the
For
experience.
sure.
You've already
For
done it,
sure.
and it's already shown in the last 5 months. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was an honor to chat with
Thank
you.
you.
Man, absolutely crushing it. I mean, I don't think you don't get to 600K in annual recurring revenue in 5 months unless you're an absolute dog. Absolute beast. I love that. And the momentum is going because the next founder is a founder that I'm super excited to chat with. He's building in a space that I know near and dear to my heart, and that is media. We got Silicon Mania coming to the stage. Where's the mania? Where's that Mania? He's got to be up here. Listen, I can't wait with him. I can't wait for him all day. That's my boy though. I'm trying to chat with the bro. The French baguette. Yes, yes. Oui. Okay. We might have to bring him back a little bit later. We're gonna have to bring him back later. Alrighty. Next up, we have Prozzilla, the intelligence that imagines the proteins that evolution missed. Interesting. Welcome.
What's up?
Finn, it's a pleasure to have you up here.
Yeah, thanks for having me today.
Tell me more about this. Proteins and what evolution missed.
Yeah.
Can you go deep?
So, okay, let's start high level. So, you have this code inside you called DNA. DNA codes for something called a protein. These are little molecular machines that sort of do everything in biology. They're keeping you alive. And there are a lot of companies out there, pharma companies, biotech companies, chemical manufacturing, engineering companies that use these proteins as like drugs, as therapeutics, to catalyze reactions to produce other things. And they, in the lab, they run experiments to improve them. So they evolve them in the test tube. The problem with that is that is like super expensive. That costs like $500,000, $1 million, and takes 18 months plus. So what we're doing is we're leveraging very novel AI models called protein language models and building workflows on top of them such that you can get to the same outcome, engineer any protein, optimize for anything you want to measure. You can measure.
Interesting.
In 3 months with around $20,000, $30,000 spent.
So basically, you guys are building the platform that lets anyone create protein.
Yeah, anyone with a lab who can measure anything about any protein, we will help them optimize it much cheaper than you would originally do, with traditional methods.
So what is the difficulty behind putting together a platform like you're building to do this? I feel like you have to have a very specific piece of domain knowledge to do this, right?
Yeah, so I was very lucky to do a lot of research during my undergrad, working for some of the top professors in the field. So the first professor I worked with, Burkhard Rost, his lab was actually one of the only labs in academia that is developing these protein language models themselves. So they spent a lot of money pre-training these foundational models. And when I say protein language models, I mean for proteins, so these are the DNA sequences, those get turned into protein sequences. So you have sequences of sequences, and there are billions and billions of them. And you can train them in an unsupervised manner, just by predicting the next token. And then you get something like a representational vector out of these that you can learn from for downstream tasks.
So from my very limited knowledge on proteins, but not really proteins, more so pharma, and how you sell into pharma, it seems like a very slow process to sell into big pharma. How do you structure deals and sell directly into these companies to get paid, even if they haven't found major molecular breakthroughs yet?
Yeah, so initially we don't actually want to sell to pharma. We're going more after small biotech companies, but the kind of business model we're looking at is partnerships and co-development of IP, and those deals can be absolutely humongous. So those deals can go from anywhere from 50 million to I know recently there was a company that engineered CRISPR systems, and they made a $2.5 billion deal with Eli Lilly, and that's kind of the stuff we're looking at as well.
So you really only need one huge success case.
Yeah, we need to.
You just go to the moon.
Yeah, essentially. So we just need a very few high-value customers, and that is the whole business model.
So before the business model was based around partnerships, it was more of a SaaS-based business model. What prompted the pivot, and what made you realize that the partnership route would allow you to cut down the overall volume of clients you would actually need and allow you to focus on a couple and just finding a few big wins?
Yeah, so the problem with pharma is they're actually really terrible customers when it comes to software. They do not like paying for just software. The problem is you're so far away from where the profits are generated in pharma, like in drugs or in biomanufacturing, that it's not really worth it. They don't see the value in it. So what you have to do is you have to say, hey, let's partner up, let's team up, let's co-develop this IP, and then they're very willing to pay for these types of campaigns, these types of projects.
The way you're going about it makes a ton of sense too, because it feels like where a lot of AI is going and what's making or prompting people to pay for very specialized AI is the thought process around people optimizing not for licenses or seats, but for overall performance. And the new model allows you to be able to get the upside that you would not have had access to by just being a SaaS provider.
Yeah, so our main product is the outcome. So we want to optimize the outcome. We want to optimize or get the best possible outcome for our customers and don't necessarily care about the seats, because in the end, there aren't that many people at the companies that will use our product. So we'll be born like 1, 2, 3 teams that use and integrate our product very deep into their workflows. That way, like a seat-based pricing just doesn't make sense for us.
Yeah, it's like you get to go on the journey with them.
Yeah.
Now, from like the overall product perspective in proteins, like what has been missing in terms of the overall evolution behind proteins, and how does the product you're building now accelerate that 3, 4, 5 years from now?
Yeah, so the next steps we want to take is actually build like our own biophysical, biomolecular foundation models. So right now the models that we're using, they understand evolution a lot more than they understand the biochemistry. But the problem with evolution is it's very noisy, it's very spurious. So you get like a lot of mutations that don't actually do anything, but the models still pick up on that, and they can't really differentiate in some cases which ones are beneficial and which ones are not. So we're going to be integrating the foundational models in evolution that we have with the new kind of foundational models that we're training in biochemistry and biophysics to get the best possible prediction, to get the best possible outcomes for our customers.
I want to know, what do you want to see being built? Like, how would you like to see one of your customers use your product? I know it's not up to you, but like, is there anything in particular where you're like, damn, if they build in this type of way, it would be dope to see the outcome?
Yeah, I think like if our product enables us to cure like any kind of rare disease or something, that would be like a huge win for us, and the customer of course as well, and humanity.
My last question to you: what is the most important thing for you over the next 5 to 6 months to get some of these partnerships in a more curated state where outcomes can exist?
Yeah, so right now we're about to hopefully close our first deal next week. We've signed an NDA. Let's go. It's going to be a smaller deal because they're our first customers and they've got a lot of leverage there. But I think closing a couple deals and then getting the foundation models that we want to make trained properly, the new ones, the version 2.0, I think that's will be a great place to see ourselves in the next 6 months.
Well, Finn, I appreciate you coming up and chatting with me about proteins.
Yep, thank you.
I had no knowledge of this before you stood up here, so I feel like I've learned a bit. And also, what you're doing is really cool. I love the business model, and I feel like it's one of those first of its kind things where it's like more startups that are looking to do things similar, even if they're in different industries, will understand the value of like, how do we get involved in seeing the upside from outcomes and not just a monthly payment at the very bare minimum.
Yeah, I think outcome-based AI is the future.
Well, thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
You take care. It's a pleasure having you. All right. This next company is going to be an interesting one because they help make short-form content, an industry I care very deeply about. So without further ado, I'm excited to be chatting with Fastlane, helping these companies propel their short-form content. What's up, bro? Good. How are you? Appreciate you guys coming up. I went from chatting about something I knew very, very little about to an area I love, which is content, man. So you guys help companies create winning short-form content in seconds at scale. My first question, because I've seen companies try this, how do you build a product that can differentiate between slop content and short-form content that is good enough to win at scale, even though it is AI generated?
We basically only take what is currently trending. We don't generate shit or slop. we generate content that is based on winning content already. So the thesis is, if real social media users think that content is shit, it won't get millions of views. It's not slop. It's valuable. And we recreate that valuable content in the style of a brand.
That's super interesting. You guys have scaled to $750K in annual recurring revenue.
800.
800 as of this
800
morning.
now. 800K, excuse me. Which is just like a pure representation of the amount of brands and companies that have realized they cannot keep up with some of the metas that are happening on social media. How have you constructed the product in a way that allows you to find the winning content before, whether it's competitors or other people, and take it and regenerate it in a very fast and effective way?
Oh, so we actually scrape TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. We find the current trending content. We compose that content into ways we can remix it, and then we remix it on platform.
That's incredible. So in terms of like the overall results, would have been like some success stories as a byproduct of like customers using it, and like how many videos could I get out? Like if I started a brand tomorrow and I was like, yo,
unlimited.
I'm selling creatine. Like, is it truly, hey, if I have an unlimited budget, y'all will just keep printing videos?
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. The best result we've had so far is someone posted in our Discord wins channel, and they got 30 million views from a video that took literally 30 seconds to make.
No fucking way.
Yeah, seriously, it's up on our website. You can see the video on TikTok itself. It's a hook demo video, so it's a human character doing a shocked reaction saying, oh my God, I can't believe this app does this. And it just stitches his app product demo. And that's the entire video.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Off the back of that, you guys went from 20K to 800K in 2 months. One of the most absurd growth curves I've ever heard of. What was like the moment or the thing that like made you realize like, oh shit, we might have figured it out? Like what was the thing that literally broke it open?
So it's a little hard to say. The background is we spent 3 or 4 months building in stealth. Doing 100 customer calls a week, giving the product away for free, and just like obsessing over building something people really wanted. That precipitated a product hunt launch, which I would say was the catalyst for actually starting this snowball effect. We launched on Product Hunt 2 months ago, March 23rd.
Yeah.
Actually 2 months ago today.
Really?
And we got third. And
we had an X video, and it got like 200K views, and we thought we made it. We're like, oh my God, we're famous.
Fast forward to today, ever since that Product Hunt launch, we've basically grown 60% a week every week for the last 3 months. And in the last week, we put out 5 different launch videos. I think collectively there are around 8 million views total. And we're releasing big features that customers have been wanting for 6 months. And their customers are kind of saying like, wow, I asked for this months ago, and now you put it in the product. And we're just delivering on customer love.
Yeah, I feel like it's so underrated for, teams that fall in love with making a ton of features versus like you guys kind of having one big core feature and then letting customers steer where you go next. When you look at what the future holds for Fastlane and how you go from now 800K to 8 million in the next like 12 months, because I'm sure that's like the goal is like
2 months, the next 2 months.
Oh my God.
2 days.
That's what I'm saying. See, like the growth curve continues to compound and compound. How much of this is you having to go out and actually go to market and chat with brands and being like, hey, Dove, like run a campaign with us and stop shoving, 20 million a year into an ad placement where your logo is just popping up on some random car or something? Like, how do you pitch in those markets?
Yeah, luckily we've gone viral a few times, so it just means we have a shit ton of inbound. And so we haven't really even started interacting with that inbound yet, but like as the form sits right now, there's probably like 600K a month in contracts for us to just engage with now that we have the capacity.
I was just going to say, the thinking is how we get this really, really big is phase 1 is we build a product for every small company. And we use all of that data and learning to build a product for every large company. And then we have all of the data from every small company and every large company, which is all feeding in to make a model which is actually like algorithmically trains better content than a human ever could. And then we become the Bloomberg for marketing.
I love it. My last question to you guys, when you look at where you currently sit and the fact that you have so much inbound, and I'm guessing your team is still pretty small, what do the next 3 to 5 hires have to look like? What are the type of dogs you need in the kennel
So
to like
an open claw, an open claw number
so
one,
you're not
number
hired
two.
at all.
No, we are, and they have to be incredible. The bar for us is really, really, really high, and because we don't need that many people,
Yeah.
we can be a company that has 10 people. That's $1 billion company, and they have to be insane. I mean, what do they have to look like as dogs? I don't know.
Yeah, like what are the traits, bro?
They have extremely high IQ, high EQ, high agency. They have to believe that everything around them was made up by people that were no smarter than them. Steve Jobs.
I love it, man.
So cringe.
No, I mean, I think like what you guys are doing is dope. I have had my caveats because I've seen tons of companies come before you that have tried to do the thing and they don't get it right. And a lot of the times, to your point, it looks like slop. But you said something at the beginning, and I think this is a good like point. The idea that you're going and you're focusing on content that is already winning and then taking brands and putting them into winning formats. That's huge.
Ultimately, we won't be able to scale unless we actually provide value and unless our content actually provides value for people. So the most scalable way is just to build something which generates valuable content, which is the antithesis of slop.
I love it, man. I appreciate you guys coming up and chatting with me. I might have to spin up a brand and try it just to like see the magic. Like, because I've seen so much of it as a creator, you're like, oh man, like I do think AI is going to take over the world when it comes to certain pieces of content. I don't think that like it will replace creators completely, but I do think for brands, it can 100% outperform.
You know what you should do? Upload an image of yourself and we'll create an AI influencer of you and you can make yourself voice and advertise anything and see what you think.
I'm gonna get on the TikTok shop and start printing just from the UGC alone. I appreciate you guys. This was great, man.
Thank you very much. Man.
Thank you. It's actually super intriguing. I feel like it's a social experiment. Like someone in here, I need you to go like launch like a brand and use Fastlane and like scale it. Who knows? It might end up being your next big thing. But next up, we're bringing another founder to the stage. We got Inertia, and I got Sebastian joining me. What's up, my brother? How you doing? You're building autonomous churn prediction engine for subscription companies. And I know where my mind immediately goes with this is like, you're finding out why people think someone else's product is shit and telling them before the person actually wants to stop using the crappy product.
Exactly. And also identify all the reasons that users are not enjoying their lifestyle in the product, like not completing the user journey, what are the problems that they have. And we work with companies that have 50,000, 100,000 users a month. How do you know how each user feels? We're empowering that.
You scaled to 200K in ARR in 3 months. From a product standpoint, what were some of the major integrations and breakthroughs you had to add to get the data that was necessary to provide the value to your end user?
So we keep it simple to our clients. We enter the client with the most basic use case and less integrated possible. We start demonstrating the value and then we forward deploy engineers and start connecting to different data points, customer support tickets, billing, CRMs, and in that way they give us the data so we start training the model and predict the churn.
What does a day in the life look like for you when it comes to go-to-market, finding new customers, getting the product in front of people and selling it?
So I have to talk to customers all day. Like if I'm not talking to customers, it's a bad day. Either selling, either reaching out, either looking at their LinkedIns, but I definitely need to know how my customer feels. So I'm doing cold calls all day. Like that's actually something that was really interesting for Founders Inc. Like I was the whole day sitting in the center of the hall, like just making 200 calls a day. Yeah.
200?
Yeah, 200 calls a day.
200 cold calls a day.
Myself. And I also put my CTO that guy, and I was like, you need to learn how to do cold calls, and you need to do it.
You even made the CTO cold call.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, like learning that, telling him that we need to sell, man. Like, sell is fuel for your company. If you don't have sales, nothing else happens.
You talk about the importance of sales, and it seems like that is most of your day. And you are 100% spot on. Why do you think so many founders get caught up in the product loop of build, 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 but when it comes to actually going out and even making one cold call, they struggle with that?
That's a good question. I believe they are scared that they will be wrong. But my perspective is that I want my customer to tell me what product to build. So, you know, it's this philosophy of fall in love with the problem, not the solution. I believe most founders fall in love with the solution. I am able to think all day like what my customer wants, you know, like what are they expecting me to build? And that's my philosophy.
You came to San Francisco with just $5K, which means you 100% are one of those people who does not mind like climbing the insane ladder from the very bottom to get where you want to go. And your ability to go out and sell at that rate is a clear indicator of that. Does having so much pressure on your back make you perform better, or does it not matter to you?
It's a good question. I believe there are various ways of approaching it. In my case, as you told, like that was the case. I had my credit cards like smashed, like crazy. Pressure works. Definitely being in an environment with people that want the same goals to you and are building the same vision and the same type of companies that you want to build. So being here, it's good pressure. I don't think that negative pressure, like don't having money, is a pressure that you need to feel, you know? Like, it's most, I'm a person that can navigate it, but I don't necessarily need to be in that position to have the urgency to execute. Like, you need to have that urgency to execute if you have $0 or if you have $1 million. That's my philosophy.
I feel like that is like the perfect mic drop. It's like, it does not matter where you are financially. If you're gonna go out there and try to win, you got to go win.
Yeah, you need to. That's really the mindset.
When you think about the next 6 months of your company and the level of relentlessness you have to continue to withstand and uphold, what's the most important piece to getting the next, $1 million, $2 million, $5 million in ARR?
Currently, we have 1.7 million ARR in pipeline with 55 companies across Colombia. I'm from Colombia and here in the US. So definitely get to $1 million in 3 months. That's my goal. And in the 6 months, 3 million ARR. You will see it.
The way you sell, I see it happening. So, brother, thank you so much.
No, thank you very much.
Appreciate
Actually,
you.
fun fact before we end.
Yeah.
I write you in your Instagram and you replied to me. So really fun
Wait,
to have
how
this
long ago
conversation.
was that?
No, like two weeks ago. Sebas Builds. Yeah.
No, we did chat 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
what am I saying? I remember your DM. That's crazy.
Yeah. And I didn't know that this was gonna happen. So destiny.
Oh, you didn't know we were gonna chat? Neither did
No,
I.
no.
We were just jamming out.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's crazy how life works. We should chat more too, because 200 calls a day. So for context, my first job out of college, I worked in IT sales, and I was making 100 a day, and I felt tired. So at 200 a day, I can't imagine you're getting much sleep.
Yeah, I'm not getting that, but well, I need to sell. I need to build a company.
Well, bro, I'm not going to keep you from it. Get back out there and sell. I appreciate you. We'll keep chatting.
Thank you very much for your time.
Take care, bro. Damn, bro, 200 cold calls a day. I don't think most people don't realize how insane that is. 200 cold calls a day. Next up, we have Interval coming to the stage. I'm loving that hat, by the way. Interval is building an AI native consumer debt collection firm. No, appreciate you. I'm excited to hear about this because I think the debt collectors they're singing from the heavens. You're about to be there, they're about to cut down the amount of call centers folks
Yeah.
About to annoy consumers. Consumerism's at an all-time high.
Yeah.
You probably picked the right industry, right time, right moment.
Yeah,
What made you pick it?
So I come from a slight background in the collection space. When during college, during my semesters, I needed a little job to sustain my rent.
Yeah.
And one of my jobs was going out and collecting on customers who were overdue on their payments. And I realized it was very cumbersome, super tedious. Most of my day was spent on the phone trying to get a customer to actually answer. And I was like, there's got to be a better way to go about doing this. And so our early customers and product were clients that I was sourcing myself and working before the tech was even built out. I was just going and running their collections for them.
Wow. So you basically have like, and this is sick because, you know, growing up, I was a big fan of a show called Dirty Jobs with Mike Rowe.
Oh, yeah.
And we talk about like debt collection. I put it in the same vein as like you're towing people's cars and all this shit. Like when you're calling, people are like, damn, I either don't want to answer the phone or I'm going to be like the most annoying person ever. So how did you figure out the actual flow of using AI to create a firm that like can take on large amounts of debt collection? I mean, you have $2.5 billion in collection across your team.
Yeah. So our team, we just surpassed the $2.5 billion in total collections across the team, which is just, the number still astounds me. And we've been only going for a few months now, so
That's crazy.
There's a lot of work to be had. Our goal as a collections firm, collection agencies have been living with the late 90s technology. They only scale with headcount, with massive call centers where there's zero personalization. So our goal for the consumer is go and actually start communicating with them before it becomes a massive issue down the road. So reach out to them proactively, figure out why they're going overdue on their payments. Is it a financial struggle? Do they hate the service of the business that they were rendering? What is the underlying issue? And based upon that, can we go and actually serve them proactively rather than be like the big bad wolf chasing them down? That's the goal.
So it's almost like you become like a friend. You're just like, hey, like, you know, we might have to chat with you about you paying this at some point, but we just kind of want to know, like, is there anything we can do to help or any context that we can get that can like basically create a better relationship with you and that person so that if they do stumble and fall into that trap, by then, like, you know, the rapport is there and they're like, all right, like, let's come to some sort of solution, and that's kind of the way it works.
Yeah, the goal is, can we make a proactive relationship with the clients where they feel seen and heard, but we're still able to go and remit that payment back into our clients' bank accounts?
What is the model of like debt collection? So is it literally when you take on, you know, collecting debt, you're getting a percentage of it? Can you break it down a little bit?
Yeah, it kind of depends on the industry that you're working in as well as the stage of debt. There's a lot of different stages on clients going overdue and when somebody is technically considered late on their payments. So in some industries, we work off of a monthly software fee, just kind of as an agency fee. And then in some places, we also work off of contingency. I love the contingency model because when we look at a customer in the eyes and say, hey, you don't have to pay us a dime unless we're actually able to go out and collect, which is a really good value add.
Man, that's super interesting. When you think about working and building AI solutions in a space where I would say you have like an absurd advantage because all of these debt collection agencies are archaic, what does like the next layer of this business have to look like for you to, you know, double or triple that number?
Yeah, so collections is heavily regulated. On a federal level and a state level, there is a lot of nuance that goes into consumer collections. You have a lot of clients who are declaring bankruptcy, and you have to be very, very well trained in all the practices. And that's been our biggest thing in building out the product, is making sure we're operating on the federal side on the compliance forms, as well as on the state side to make sure that we're doing things legally and staying on top of any changing interactions that come.
And I'm guessing the nuance has also become a bit of the moat for you too, because if you're building in some insane AI tech on top of these nuances and regulations, and I'm sure there's also certain times you can't even contact, you know, people. Yeah. It's like these are things that a human could screw up. If this is like directly in code, AI is not getting that wrong.
It happened to me while I was working the jobs. People would get fired all the time. The actual collection agents would be fired all the time because if you say one thing wrong, you call somebody one time out of place, you can be sued and held liable as a company, even though that client was the one who owed the money originally. And so it's a very, very tricky situation that you have to balance. So one of our competitive advantages is say, hey, we're going to have that good relationship with your client and make sure things are going well, but we're also going to make sure your business isn't going to get sued by one of your reps going out and accidentally saying something wrong, or you overstep your boundaries where you're not technically licensed as the business yourself to go and chase that debt further.
My last question, when you think about the process of, hey, you're going and you're talking to a big firm to like take over their debt collection process, what do those conversations look like? What are some of the pain points that these people are feeling, like the guys who are running and owning these companies, and when you come there, they're like, hey, this actually solves a big need?
Yeah, collections, whether you're doing it in-house and you're working at first party, which just means you're reaching out to your clients on behalf of your own company, or you're outsourcing it to an agency, both of those models only scale with headcount. You as the business owner, you have to still make payroll for every single one of these collection agents in-house.
Even if you don't get paid?
Even if you don't get paid, you're still running it. That's how I was paid when I was doing the job myself.
Yeah.
And so our value prop, once again, comes, hey, we're going to go and be able to do this at scale. We're going to ingest all the information you have on your clients to make it hyper-personalized, and we're going to try and make that really positive interaction so clients are actually interested in paying. And one of the best value adds is what's on the slide right now. Native collection firms, the outdated firms that we're going up against, their average dollar to collect, it costs about 52 cents on their end to collect $1.
Wow.
Whereas our costs are just 2 cents.
That's absurd. Like, what? So it's almost like net zero for you.
Yeah, the value prop is, hey, let us come in, plug and play, make a good relationship with your clients, and in your bottom line, you're not going to notice a big difference.
Man, that's incredible. Well, I appreciate you coming up and
Thank
sharing
you.
that.
Yeah,
That
great.
number alone is going to basically is going to basically remove every obstacle in your way. It's like, yo, we do this way cheaper. It's going to be cheaper for you. It's cheaper for us, and we both win.
Yeah, our goal is to become the world's largest AI native debt collection firm. That's the goal.
Man, I love it. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
That's
Thanks for having me.
incredible, bro. Yeah, I'll be around. That is sick. That's super dope. No, thank you. I don't even care. Like, if someone is collecting debt, I want it to be him. Like, legitimately. That's incredibly dope. Next up, we have joining us on the stage, it's PS View. Team 15. We got Benjamin and Mikhail. What's up? How you guys doing? It's a pleasure to have you guys up here. All righty. We have AI agents that find and place candidates for staffing firms.
Right. Absolutely.
I love it because it's, one, the staffing agency world is very difficult. I don't know if are you guys thinking like for like staffing for like nurses and more professional jobs, or like what area do you guys focus in?
It's more white collar, so meaning IT. And yesterday we do a senior perfumer, so it's a wide range of job, but mainly white collar.
I want to know, in a very crowded field where it's like, recruiting tech and these white collar jobs, you guys have chosen to build in probably, yes, one of the well-funded fields, but it's also in tons of competitors. What has been like the main thing that you've realized that has given you some sort of secret advantage or allowed you to believe this is an industry worth attacking?
So what we discover is that a job order can change in 4 to 5 times across agency. That means that today competitors want to replace staffing firm by going after to in-house recruiter immediately, while we believe that we can use this network effect and go after staffing firm and go one customer brings 10 because he works with 10 daily, and that's why we can grow really fast.
You guys secured $68,000 in ARR and $70K in contracted ARR, and you just launched 3 months ago in this very congested industry. What has allowed you to be able to go and sell and provide a value prop that people think is more interesting and compelling?
First is the hands-off experience. So today we have huge actors as Juicebox, LinkedIn Recruiter that only build lists. We believe that sourcing must be completely automated, such as SDR and AI SDR. So we want to book meeting, so we are doing all the process until the first interview is in your calendar, while others are doing, okay, you have a list, then you build the sequences, then you launch the sequences. No more of this. You just prompt whatever you want, and it launches.
Wow, so you guys basically make the process go from it's 0 to 100, skipping 1 and skipping the 1 through 99. It's like you start here and you end here. And that ending point is like a meeting on your calendar because that person accurately fits the model, but the entire workflow is just extrapolated to AI.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what our customer love.
And that's why we're building super fast. And since I only do cold calling, when I'm cold calling and I say, okay, we're doing this, they immediately say, okay, I want to try it out.
Yeah.
So
it's probably a level of like shock initially where it's like, we've worked with firms in the past that don't do what you're doing, so we can't believe that. And then they try it out, and the first thing they get is like, oh shit, I have a calendar invite for a 30-minute call with Chad Jenkins, the IT guy.
Yeah.
And that's just you guys doing everything in the background.
Yeah, exactly. That's why what's super important for us is the time to value. Because once we reach like 3 or 4 days, we can do like 4-day trial, free trial, and then the customer will get served really fast.
Yeah.
And today our time to value is like 7 days, but the more we slide this number, the more it will be easy to close fast and reduce our sales cycle.
You guys are a team of two that is scaling in an industry where like your product is very much needed. When something breaks, what is the time to fix? And how do you balance trying to scale while also dealing with the caveats of being a small team?
So what's funny about us is that we wake up at 5 a.m. every day to do the French market until 10 a.m. Then we go to the US market from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and we loop for this like for 5 weeks, and we love it. So that's really cool. We enjoyed it. That's super fun because you start your US day, you already eat some client call calls, and then it's a new day. So even if like the French day was a mess, you can say, okay, you're going blank for the US day. So that's amazing.
That's actually insane.
Yeah.
In a great way. Like that's sort of like a strategic advantage of like, oh, we're going to attack the French market because we understand how big of a problem this is here, and then go attack another market. That's incredibly dope. What do you guys need to do over the next 6 months to double where you currently are right now?
So as I said, our main acquisition channel is cold call. We mainly need to work on our social media, especially LinkedIn, and create a real predictable revenue funnel. So we believe that what makes Salesforce so powerful is that they exactly know how much demo they will get next month. And so we really need to build this predictable revenue pipeline. And our goal is to be at 1 million by September or by the end of September.
I love it. I don't think there's a role where, with the amount of cold calling and outreach you do, you just can't lose, man.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you guys coming up and sharing. This is super dope.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's crazy. The French cold calling is crazy.
Yeah.
That's super dope,
cool.
man.
Yeah. Thank you.
That was a very good like strategic advantage. Did you guys know about that at the start? Like, what made you do that? Made you decide to just hit that French market?
Oh, no, it's because we are from France.
Yeah.
And we arrived like 5 weeks ago, and we needed to. So basically, we need to resolve tickets at 3 a.m. Sometimes I come in a Zoom meet with a client who's saying, oh, I hate this. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's great chatting with you. All right. I'm sorry. This way? Yeah. Okay. I get a little bit carried away, bro. Sometimes I'll talk to some of these guys. I'm like, damn, that's fire. Next up, we have Clicked. Coming to the stage. What's up, ladies? The 5-minute app for daily connection.
Yes.
It sounds very consumerism.
Yeah,
I love it.
Definitely consumer founders.
Tell me more about it.
Yeah, so we're building Clicked, which is the 5-minute app for daily connection. Every day you get 5 tiles, so you'll get a daily question, a daily photo, a doodle, a song of the day, and a would you rather style question. If you answer 3, you unlock your friends' answers and a shared feed for the day. And those questions change every single day, so there's always something novel.
So you can invite your friends. I'm guessing you can invite your spouse.
Yep.
Is this like separate chats, or like, for example, if you invite me and I answer the questions, does it automatically show me your questions because we're technically friends on the app?
So it's basically like if you were to add people to your Instagram close friends, who is that? All of those people, you basically have a private feed with just them.
When did you guys realize that there was a big like breakage in connection? Because I see it in my own personal life where I don't feel like I talk to my friends from college enough or my family members back home, and sometimes those bonds do feel a little bit strained.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I would say like
for example, like I think catch-up culture has totally dominated the way that we stay in touch with people. Like every time you pick up the phone, I feel like the conversation is verbatim, like, how's your family? How's your relationship? Do you still have your job? You know, it's like the same questions over and over. And like, it's like, I went out for to get coffee with a friend and she like started drinking matcha. I was like, girl, you hate matcha. You said it tastes like grass. So like, you know, it's like, I miss like the in-between moments where like I actually feel like I don't even know you that much anymore, but we've been friends for so long. So it's like I really want to stay up to date on the daily moments, and that's kind of what the solution is.
You guys have 43% day 14 retention, which was higher than early Facebook.
Yeah.
How have you built an app that has continued to stay sticky as you've scaled to more and more users? Because you're over 15K downloads.
Yeah, so I think fundamentally, if you understand how users work and just what keeps people coming back every single day and how can we alleviate any mental load, like with Be Real, for instance, it was a lot of pressure to figure out what to post every single day, and then I could post it at any time, so like what was the point? But like we tell you, you have to post this today, and you know that if I'm posting that day, like it's not going out into a void, I know that I'm getting some value back. So it's, you know, it's just alleviating the pressure that you feel to be like performative and like existing social media platforms and stuff. So I think we just understand how users like to interact, and we lean into that even more.
You said something that was really interesting. The idea that like you feel like you're getting something back. Right now when you post on social media, right? Like, especially if you're trying to find your friends, like I'll scroll my feed, I don't see a single best friend, and I'm like, yo, who are these people? Like legit, like who the hell are these people? Whereas it's like, okay, the value of posting, it's like, I'm not posting to a feed to not feel anything again. It's like, I'll post and I'm getting some data points back from people that I don't get to talk to every day. That's actually like a very good reason as to why people will want to stay connected. When you think about kind of like new features and things that your audience is looking for on top of it, how have you guys found interesting ways to continue making it creative?
Yeah, so for us, like for example, like a big feature that we shipped was like nudging. So for example, if there's like a question that I know my friend like is gonna like love, or like I want to see her answer to, you can nudge your friend and that sends them a push notification to complete that tile for that day. So it's like telling them like, hey, I'm thinking about you and I like really want to see your answer to this, and it kind of encourages people to come back to the app. So it's just like creating something that's sticky, is creating viral networks, and like making people actually want to come back every single day.
Yeah, and also, you know, we had the idea to have people pay to submit a prompt. So for instance, like I have an idea for a prompt for the next day, I can pay to submit that, and like it could get featured for everybody who uses the app, and like your name can
and your
be on
name's
it.
gonna be on
So
it.
it's like you want to make your community feel like they're still part of the experience. Like I made this for you, I want you to feel included, and I want you to grow with the product. And I think that's a main reason that we are trying to, you know, experiment with new things. That if people are liking certain things, definitely lean into that and like push into it even harder.
I mean, consumer is the hardest space to build in, and you guys have taken on the hardest challenge, and I'm so thankful that you have.
Yeah.
What do you need to accomplish over the next 3 to 5 months to hit the next stage of goals post Canopy?
Yeah, I think it's no secret that distribution is like the biggest moat, and I think like that's what people are really trying to crack these days. It's like, do I do UGC? Do I push a bunch of content? Like, do I hire like an AI UGC army? Like, what do I do, right? And I think like for us, it's really finding out where the high quality users are coming from. It's like working backwards from our retention. It's like, okay, on this day I got like, you know, this many users, and they've been like, our retention is really high. Like, why is that, and where did they come from? So for us, that's college campuses. We really want to push our college campus program and like expand to 25 universities across the country, and we really want to create like a brand and like a complete like new experience for social consumer with Clicked.
I love it. Well, I appreciate you guys coming up and sharing this.
Yeah.
This is a dope app. I need to get my family on it. Like,
Yeah,
I think that's like the thing that has annoyed me the most of like, I see my nephews and nieces and people growing up, and I'm like, yo, I really just
When did you become an adult? Yeah. Like we
I
were
know.
college, our entire origin story is we were college roommates. I moved away. I was like, I used to share a wall with you. I have no idea what you're doing unless I call you. And I'm like, you used to make this on for breakfast every day. And I'm like, what are you making for breakfast now? And like, I didn't know. And she changed her like breakfast. And I was like, I feel like I'm like, you're slipping away. Like, I need to stay in touch with you. And like, I miss those little moments. So that's kind of our huge inspiration. And like, we want to make you guys share like the stuff that matters, not just the stuff that you would like post to Instagram. But yeah. Yeah.
I love it. I think you guys are doing something really cool, and I appreciate you coming up to share it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Man, that was super dope. Next up, we have Mercora. Mercora coming to the stage. Oh, okay. Remoru. We have Remoru joining us. Remoru. I actually like that name too. Are we? I guess we get a little 2-minute break here. Let me take a sip of water. What's up? Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. What's the? Oh, wait. Come back. What's their name? What did you? What is it? What? Price. Yeah. Nice to meet you guys. All right. We got Bless just now. A nice little in-between. And now we have the man of the hour to tell me about Remoru. Did I say it correctly?
You say Remoru.
Remoru?
Yes.
I said Remoru. I think I said it wrong.
Fine. It's
Remoru.
fine. Yes.
That sounds a lot better than the way I said it.
Remoru.
So
Tomorrow, from tomorrow.
You're
Remember
building
tomorrow.
runs engineering experiments on your code. So AI that runs engineering experiments on your code and then comes back with verified improvements. So basically like an entire suite of experiment testing for your software.
Definitely, yes. So
You might want to hold it a little closer.
Yes. So basically, Remoru is made to help deep tech teams improve their models, particularly machine learning teams and robotics teams. So one of the cool applications for Remoru that currently we're using it for is to train robots to grasp objects more effectively overnight. Today, those kind of experiments are done manually and people have to babysit them. So Remoru is made to help those people solve this problem.
What is the nuance that arises when you have an AI agent that specifically focuses on running experiments and it's almost like the agent's trying to find things out in a way that would be overlooked by the creator?
The idea, yes, definitely. This is a good insight.
Yeah.
Yes, the idea, a lot of time the creators think something and they need to try it out in order to develop their own knowledge. The insight about Remoru that experimentation is a knowledge generation for you as a creator as well. So you don't come up with a knowledge pre-hand, you develop your own knowledge and you become better with experimentation.
Are there any specific hurdles that you run into doing this in the hard tech and hardware and robotics space? When I think about the running experiments on software, it seems a lot easier, a lot more straightforward. But what do experiment runs on robots look like?
Yeah, you risk to break the robot. There is the risk to break the robot because you're doing hardware experiments, motion experiments. You're teaching the robot to make new stuff, and the risk is that you're gonna break it. It's gonna hit the table or hit an obstacle or break. That's the risk. But it's a risk that I think our teams are willing to accept because the amount of leverage they gain is massive. I think it's small.
Yeah.
It's low probability. Even that is there. It's very, very small and low probability.
What are hardware and robotics teams missing currently that you provide as a byproduct of these training experiments? Like, for example, if I'm running my own robotics company and I'm building and testing on my own, is there just a certain level of granularity that an AI test can provide that I would never be able to, whether it's me depicting the problem or even thinking of looking at certain things? How many levels of simulations can it go deep?
Definitely. I think today robotics companies are two ways. There are two schools in robotics companies. There's the classical approach, which they heavily engineer the platform. And those guys don't need a lot of experimentation. The other camp is the camp of training data. So the massive companies in Silicon Valley that are gaining success in the robotics space, they're collecting millions and millions of data. Remoru offers, and this is not a natural way to learn how to move. I have a 4-year-old daughter. She doesn't need to watch million hours of footage in order to learn how to pick a cup. She experiments, falls, makes mistakes, and learns from them. So Remoru is the platform to help collect this experiment and failure data and feed it back to the model.
I love the way you explain that because my mind immediately went to the amount of companies that are we provide data for AI and robots to do X, Y, and Z. But to your point, the best work is done by doing at the end of the day, and being able to train and test in a way that is experimental gives you a lot more actual real-world feedback in application than what just taking and feeding data will ever be able to bring.
Yeah, you're 100% right. The real insight that you learn a lot from failure, rather than just collecting massive amount of data. And it makes sense also from a science point of view, because How else do you know that this is a bad move unless you got punished by it? You got near. The training data that you collect is perfect data.
Yeah.
So it doesn't help you get near that situation. Think about driving as well. If you're driving a car and you're always staying in your lane, you don't know how to recover. The best drivers are who recover from bad situations. The best drivers who recover, they're the best because they have the training to recover.
Because they have it, because they might have experienced a bad situation to have to recover from, versus someone who's never been in it or even never driven in a certain way.
Definitely. That's the premise. That's the core premise of Remoru.
What is the last question I have for you? How do you have to position this to be able to go out and sell it to the labs and the companies that are building pieces of hardware that make this interesting for you at scale?
So position against, you mean the noise?
Yeah.
The noise of everything out there.
Yeah.
Well, they can use the generic agent that does a lot of things, or they can use the specific agent that's built by robotics nerd over 20 years.
I love it. Appreciate you for sharing, Adam.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up, man.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Man, we are breezing through. If you weren't here, you would have never guessed. Yeah, it's you guys. My bad. I clicked the wrong thing. You would have never guessed we've already been through 17, 18 teams. But next up we have Inso Biosciences. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you guys. Mattia and Luca. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stage. It is a pleasure to have you. You guys are building AI doctors to personalize high stakes cancer treatment decisions. I've had family members and close people who have succumbed. I'm sure we've all had people succumb to cancer. It's not fun. Like, can you just give me a bit of background in terms of how often are people given a chance to even partake in high stakes cancer treatments, and what are the difficulties behind personalizing them to an individual that has like a different biology? You and me, we're different. Have different things that make our bodies tick. Like, give me the detail around how that happens.
Yeah, sure. So basically, cancer is a very heterogeneous disease, as you mentioned, and it's very hard to
bring it a little closer.
Closer?
Yeah, that's perfect.
So it's very hard to treat because the underlying biology of the tumor is unique to every person. Usually cancer arises when mutations amass in DNA, and sometimes they are the same and they're shared between individuals. So maybe we have a right drug for a group of people, but in some other cases, DNA mutations can be different. And especially if you have a mixture of them and they are all different between patients, that's even a harder, let's say, thing to tackle. So, for example, a patient may start a therapy that works on average, but then they develop resistance to the therapy. And that's why you have to pivot to another treatment, if it exists. And we identified the first possibility of intervention in this workflow right at the beginning, when you have to analyze those DNA mutations. Yeah. So if you know the mutations, you can personalize therapies as much as you want, as you can, with with what is currently available. This starts with the doctor taking a biopsy of the tumor and putting it under a microscope and deciding which piece of this sample to send to DNA analysis.
So you guys have trained your AI on 15,000 plus, more than 15,000 pathology images. And right now, you are 2 times more accurate than doctors at estimating tumor parity. What was the difficulty behind getting to that point?
Right, Mattia.
Yeah, basically the first part of training a model like that is finding all the data we need. And that was the most difficult part because we had to scrape a lot of data sets in the web, a lot of open source data sets. And then also the other part was identifying the correct architecture, find the right amount of compute to train a model like that. And we read a lot of paper, we think a lot, and finally we found the right way to do it and the correct architecture. And when we saw it worked 2 times better than pathologists, we were really amazed.
And the reason why it works this way is because these images are huge. Like you could zoom in a lot, and they are gigapixels, so they contain billions of pixels, and the doctor alone can process them, but only in specific places. So they don't have the ability to quantitatively describe the image in all its little parts. And that's why we built this model, to give the doctor a map to navigate the tumor.
What I want to know is, there's this hurdle called the FDA, and then also selling into these hospitals and trying to convince them that, hey, your doctors are not as accurate as my AI, so maybe you should implement what we're doing. How have you been able to frame that conversation in a way that, while in a sense it kind of does undermine the ability of a doctor, shows that the outcomes are going to be so much more magnificent in actually getting your foot in the door in these combos?
Yeah, so for sure, we cannot go into the hospital and say to the doctor that our model is better than them, because
I'm sure they have an ego as well.
Yeah, that's definitely. And so the way to do this is, first of all, doctors are doing themselves a lot of research into artificial intelligence. They know that it can help us to understand better biology and treatment decisions. And however, of course, research is one thing, application is another. So you have to talk to the doctor and understand what his main interest and the things at stake are. And also to ensure him or her that this model will come to him or her as a ChatGPT, as some type of model that enriches their perspective, not something to replace them, for sure.
All right, my last question. You guys are building in a space that, I mean, innovation is needed, right? Like, healthcare advancements are always good, but cancer especially, innovations are needed. When you think about the next 6 months of building post-Canopy, what are some of the things that you need to accomplish to get into a space where you're getting further along in some of these conversations with hospitals and being able to execute at a high level and actually get adopted?
Definitely. So the first thing for us would be to show with data from the hospital pilots that the doctor plus the plus Inso Purity is something new. So it transforms the way a pathologist approaches the microscope, the decision, and after that data, so now the model works twice as accurately, but what will happen when the doctor uses it? Maybe it will be even more accurate. And so we hope to show that. We hope to obtain the FDA approval and start shipping it into hospitals, possibly with easy access, because for us, we would like the model to generate immediate value for hospitals and patients as much as possible. And possibly with feedback data, train better models. So that's what we hope.
I love it. Well, I appreciate you guys sharing it, man. Looking forward to seeing you continue to make strides in that space.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Man, I'm having fun. The best part is just being able to chat with founders and learn about things that I didn't even know existed. And next up, we got Hide AI. Health tracking. Oh, yes. This is it. This is awesome. So you're telling me, I didn't even finish the one-liner because I was thinking, I read it and I was like, so you're telling me I no longer have to wear an ugly whoop.
Here you go, man. Take a look.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah.
So you're building health tracking that can sit right in the back of a watch.
Yeah, so essentially it's like a super slim health tracker. It has the same sensor suite as, that's a metal bracelet. I don't know if you got the same size wrist as me, but it's got the same sensor suite as basically anybody else. So the same thing a Fitbit uses, whoever else. We track the same physiological data. And we can track that right from the back of any watch, right? So that's been, yeah, it took quite a while to get to this point. It's really, really thin. It's actually technically thinner than an Oura ring, so like the thickness of an Oura ring. The idea behind it is like, this is vacuum suction.
Yeah.
So no magnets, no adhesive, so you don't get like a sticky like paste on the back.
Oh, so you could swap it onto any watch you want. It's
Any watch.
It's just a sensor per se.
Just a sensor, exactly. Sensor and a Bluetooth antenna.
Yeah.
So it basically collects all this data, sends it to your phone, and then our phone has like all the advanced algorithms running there. So that's basically the main value prop right there.
When you think of like what you've built from like a technological standpoint, right? Are there big differences between the Fitbit and the Whoop and the Oura Ring? Like, are we at a point where all of this technology is very similar in a way, but like the real gains are like how it's aesthetically worn?
Pretty, like, almost, yes. So like pretty much all of the scientific like sensor basis is identical. So we use the same sensor base that's like market and clinically tested as everybody else. So we are making sure we're not lagging behind in that regard. The biggest advantage that we have going for us beyond this form factor is like the app includes nutritional data. So like I can't work out if I've eaten in the last hour and a half. It can pick up that pattern because I can put in when I eat, what I eat, and then it tracks like activity, heart rate slows down, whatever. Builds that pattern, and then it can give me really specific like personalized insights. So I play soccer every day at 8. It'll tell me at 5, be like, hey, you got to eat dinner now so that you're not like, just jogging for 2 hours. So we get to build that extra layer or like extra information layer into the app. But yeah, on the sensor side, the hardware side, the difficulty is twofold. One is like getting it this thin is like really hard.
It's like crazy thin. It feels like it's
really
thinner than like an AirTag.
Yeah, it's much thinner
close.
than an AirTag. And then the second difficulty was the vacuum suction mechanism. So like not using glue or magnets, which basically everybody uses in some form. That was like the second difficulty, and so that's the IP really.
So, from the perspective of like how the idea came about, because I've seen people try to like make stuff that's somewhat similar. It never looks good. It never feels good. Like, what was your why behind, I want to just wear a stylish watch, not some flimsy piece of plastic or whatever the case is?
So, like the why starts after you decide you're like, I want to wear a watch, right? That's how you go like.
That's how you get caught up.
Yeah, you're like, I don't want to wear the flimsy piece of plastic. And then you go, well, I can't lose my health data. I don't want to track like this segments at a time. So that's basically what started this. I really wanted to wear this, and all of the offerings on the market were either like these hybrid digital watches or something where I had to swap out the strap, which doesn't work on majority of my watches, right? So I was like, the only way to fix this is to build it. For a time, I actually wore this and the Whoop on the other side, and I did not like that. It was too much for me.
You doubled up.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, there's got to be a bridge, and that's what this is.
My last question: you got 500 pre-orders. In a month, pre-product. Shipping something like this, you finally got the form factor to the size you want. What do you need to do over the next 3 to 5 months to be able to scale while also scaling the manufacturing at the same time?
That's honestly like where my expertise comes in. I've done supply chain for like 10 years with Apple.
Sick.
So I'm going to basically have to really lean on that to make sure you have the right manufacturing partners, because like building these things are super precise tolerances, especially on the circuit side. Finding the people who can do that and building the arrangements with them, the partnerships, that's going to be what we're going to have to focus on. And we can get that done, like we've already started the legwork there. I don't see that being a problem, to be honest with you.
I love it, man. Well, I appreciate you doing this. As someone who's just like more recently caught the watch bug, which it's a horrible bug to catch, because like every time you see a watch, and you're like, oh, that's so sick.
I should
this
get that
is
one.
This watch. This is that one. So now I'm at a point where I'm like, when I do buy a super nice watch, I don't want to wear a Whoop on the other side or some other band. So I'm excited for what you're doing, and I'll probably be a customer.
Absolutely. Thank you, man. We look forward to it.
Appreciate you. That's dope, bro. Appreciate it. Oh, my God. I love that. Every man that loves a watch is smiling. But next up, we have Elevant. What's up? Elevant. Elevant turns materials into smart surfaces for the post touchscreen physical UI. Can you break that down for me?
Right now, we are in the touchscreen era for the user interface of consumer products. There is a massive implementation of touchscreen everywhere. There is some point that there was also the car, like this concept about having a smartphone with wheels. This idea crashed with the reality. There is a lot of report about, all the infotainment compliance, all these kind of things. And yeah, basically we are building the new wave of user interface for consumer products. Instead of having just mechanical buttons or touchscreen, you can interact with all the surfaces of advanced material like carbon fiber, composite material, ceramic, glass. And yeah, actually is the new wave of smart surfaces in a sort of way.
Wait, so like you could have it to where, a piece of the console in the car, you can interact with the carbon fiber buttons to turn up the radio and remove a bunch of senseless dials that kind of hurt the form factor of the vehicle and make it look less classy.
Yeah, this is exactly the point. So you can have the advantages of touchscreen. Touchscreen is really easy for the manufacturing, so you have just one connector and make run the things. But then you can, with smart surfaces, have the same advantage, but also the user experience design at high level that you can interact with that. So this is exactly what we are doing. At least we are really good at integrate sensor inside material and take good data from the materials. So this is one of the applications that we are doing this.
You've closed 30 plus companies already, and one of those is Lamborghini.
It's a huge one.
How the hell did that deal even come about?
Yeah, long story short, we went to Lamborghini to propose our technology. At that time, we wasn't able to interact with sensorized carbon fiber. Yeah. So they said, nice technology, but we do carbon fiber a lot in our cars. So they said, carbon fiber is conductive. You can sensorize that. So we back to home, work on that, back to these huge guys, and say, now it works. And they started to take our prototypes. And yeah, that's it. We patent that technology and go further with all of these things.
So there's a good chance we could see it in a future version of a Lamborghini Urus one day.
Yeah, I love this, and not just with them. Yeah.
I mean, you could do this for pretty much any car that has carbon fiber in it then.
Yeah, actually, it's not just carbon fiber because it's composite material in general. So we can sensorize any type of composite material. And there are also different sectors like smart homes with glass and ceramics. We already do that. And yeah, and other application like if you don't need an interface but you need reliable data from the surfaces. Yeah. Could be robotics, the hands of the robot, or maybe non-invasive tasks for manufacturing. The addressable market is very huge. But yeah, we started with the supercars.
What was the difficulty of like getting the technology to the point of where it is, where you could start going out and closing these big deals and saying, hey, we have something that is truly different? I mean, even behind, that's why the patents you filed them because you built something that's like truly net new and different. But like, how long did it take to get to that point?
Yeah, a bit, because we started with glass, then we go after ceramics, and then we go after the composite material in general. We do patent on that. The main things that to sell these things at a large scale, we are going to do it by give license and the components to the manufacturer that is going to take this technology. So it's a long path about these things, but I want to see our stage like the touchscreen companies that are doing that technology at the early 2000s. They started to develop this huge technology at that time and then see what is the market around them.
I think this is probably the rarest combination I've ever seen. Deep tech hardware and being from Italy.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
When you think about kind of that combination, that goes well beyond just like, and we talk about it from like a fashion angle or just like a usability angle. Italy's well known for its fashion and creating an exceptional form factor. How has that helped you in your journey to molding this into a company that is building a groundbreaking technology, but the technology also looks and feels good?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would say On my first start of the development of this technology, I was in university. I was studying electronic engineer, but at that time I also was working in a glassware, so a factory of glass and designing glass. So this mix of strange skills in the manufacturing of material, sensoring technology. I started from this mix of skill and building the sensorization. And what helped me in that phase was my network with manufacturing, small business in manufacturing. You can easily go outside of a city in industrial zone and catch up with some good artisan in their field and ask them, can you give this part and manufacture some things? So this is the easiest way to build some hardware in Italy right now. Difficult to scale because we don't have all the scale business that San Francisco, Silicon Valley, USA in general have. But yeah, if you want to build from the scratch, there is an ecosystem there.
My last question to you. You're a small team and you're building an incredibly huge product. What does the next 2 or 3 hires have to look like to help you continue to grow and scale the way you would like to grow?
Yeah, I need to break the loop of manufacturing and sales right now, because when I sell something, I also have to manufacturing the part. So I have to break these things. I need to keep with me someone that could be in charge all the prototypes and the manufacturing, and I can focus on sales, grow like 1 million in sales of prototype, and at least also if just the 20% of this is going to the market, for us is a big win.
I love it. Well, brother, thank you so much for sharing. It is such
Thank
a cool
you, guys.
company. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you.
That's so cool. Such a cool. Oh, you can put on the chair. Oh. And that was dope. Like, incredibly dope. Next up, we have our 22nd team, Ramster. It doesn't look like we got Ramster, so we're gonna keep the vibe moving. Oh, you're here. You were yapping. I was like, I don't know if I got him. I thought I lost you. All right.
Is this on? Is this on?
Yeah. You just gotta hold it somewhat close.
What's up?
Ramster is a physical agent that improves your sleep environment. And we got to chat a little bit. Yep. I did not get to make it over to the booth in time before they yanked me up here to do this show, but we're going to still, I think the bed's still down there, so we'll still find time. But I want to know.
You should come. We have the biggest booth in the campus today.
I got you. Before I leave, I promise I'm going to get down there.
Awesome.
Because I need to see it. You built a smart nightstand?
Yeah.
Give me some details on this.
So we built a nightstand which can extend into 3 environmental parameters. That's your bed temperature through a bed cover. It goes on your mattress, as well as aroma in the room and air quality in your environment.
Damn, that's tough. Oh, the diagram
So you get
looks
dual
good.
zone temperature control, both sides of the bed for you and your partner.
So it'll set the temperature differently based on who's on
Exactly.
each side.
There are sensors to detect your heart rate and breathing, and it automatically sets the temperature for you and your partner.
Man, this is so interesting.
That's what it looks like on the inside.
Where'd your fascination come with sleep? Like when did you get so fascinated about sleep?
When I was in college, so a couple of years back, we went to this college called IIT Madras in India, and I'm into fitness, so I do Ironman races, and sleep is really important for recovery. It was so hot that my sleep was absolutely trash, so my co-founder and I decided to start this company and solve that problem.
That's super interesting. And at what point did you guys realize that it wasn't some sort of sleep monitoring device that you needed to do, but more so it was like, hey, how do we actually rebuild the room? Because that's kind of what you've done. You built a device that houses multiple different things in a way that not only looks great, but has a great impact.
Exactly. So the way I look at it, I wear a smartwatch as well, but sleep tracking is only a means to an end. What do you do with all of that? It's just like insights. Okay, Whoop and other wearables today are giving you insights, but it's just without intervention, it's just noise. So our thesis is that if you can take that sleep tracking data and in real time take action on that data, regulate temperature according to the stage of sleep that you are in, then we have something.
What is the customer wedge look like for you when you're going out and selling? You launched multiple times, failed, and then one launch worked. What was the difference?
Storytelling. We actually told our story with why we came here, when we came to the US, what we've done before, and what we did in the past 5 weeks. Founders Inc. is absolutely amazing. We met a lot of other builders, learned from them, and made stuff happen. Like the nightstand you see downstairs, we built that in 1 week, all the way from the ground up. So we trashed everything that we had done so far and rebuilt it. So what worked now is the way we narrated the story. It went pretty wild on X.
So now are you a proponent of getting your 8-9 hours of sleep? Like, are you getting ample sleep even though you're trying to build a company? Or is your sleep also suffering?
My sleep is pretty good. I sleep about 7.5 hours a day.
I mean, I don't see any bags under your eyes, so you're getting good rest.
I sleep well, yeah.
You're getting some good rest.
Yeah.
I like that you're coming at it from a different angle, because I know a ton of founders that like work themselves to death and they're like, oh, I don't sleep. It's like taking on pain for
sleep
pain's
is for the
sake.
weak, they say.
It's like, who wants to be like groggy every single day trying to build a generational company? So props to you for getting sleep. My last question, when you think about the amount of households this needs to affect to become an incredibly profitable business, what do those numbers look like and how do you get closer every day?
So the stats today are that 50% of Americans sleep hot. Sleeping hot is basically waking up sweating, drenched in sweat in bed. I'm sure you faced it at some point too. The blankets here are so thick, and even though you have air conditioning in the room, it gets hot underneath. And if it's 50%, chances are your partner might like it cold and you like it warm, or vice versa. And that's the problem we're solving. It's widespread across the country, and we're going at it day by day.
Well, I'm excited for you, bro. We're going to find time to make more content, but this is really cool. I appreciate you sharing.
Thank you so much.
Let's chat after I'm done this. Okay, sure. Put it on the chair. Oh, it might make it. Fire. Man, I love seeing companies go after sleep. Do you sleep good at night? I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been getting all my hours. So, next up, RV-Toll. Oh yes, a rocket. I love it. This is what I'm talking about. We got some effective stuff here. So, RV-Toll is building a rocket drone hybrid that launches vertically and lands with precision.
Right.
So is this your version of like early SpaceX?
It's our version of a smaller SpaceX. So it's like a 1 meter tall rocket that's supposed to deliver wherever you want. And the biggest issues with rockets right now are that while they can be reusable, they aren't really like non-kinetic. And so because they're not non-kinetic, they can't be used for delivery purposes. So we're just making it like a faster drone.
So in terms of delivery, are you guys trying to deliver my food, or are you thinking like big, like important urgency deliveries, like military needs to get something somewhere very quickly? How does this look?
No, yeah, exactly that. So there's like two different ways to look at it. One is military, definitely, because like we're looking at like rapid delivery for military purposes, but also like critical emergency supplies, right? So where emergency networks aren't as developed, like in Africa or the Pacific Islands, you can have something like this deliver like a vial of blood in like 5 minutes, when a traditional drone would take like 50. Because this traveled at 700 miles per hour, so like Mach 1.
700 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So like, let's just like estimate, right? So let's say New York needed some supplies and you were trying to send the supplies from like, I don't know, Philadelphia at 700 miles an hour. Like, so you could get it there in like a fraction of the time, pretty much.
Yeah, but we're not really targeting urban areas like that, because just in general, all the facilities in urban areas are like really robust.
Yeah.
So if you want like anything in New York, you can pretty much get it there.
So you're thinking like remote areas?
Yeah, so like remote areas, we're thinking like Africa, for example, right? So like in Africa, in a village in Africa, if you need like a anti-venom for someone who got bit by a snake,
yeah,
you cannot afford the time a normal drone takes. And so you get something like RV-Toll that flies to that location in like 5 minutes, and it's able to do that real fast.
That's actually so sick. So what is the difficulty behind like getting the drone? I mean, getting it to the point where the rocket can not only fly, but like land, right? Because I'm guessing like that's probably what one of the toughest parts is, like landing with precision.
Yeah, I mean,
It might be dead. I don't know. You might see if you might have to turn it off from the bottom.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big controls problem. So that's really the reason we're combining the drone into the rocket stage. So a drone over the past decade has been a very proven technology. And so has rockets, at this scale. So really what we're doing is merging the two technologies together to get the best of both worlds. In that way, our only new issue is the actual transition. So that's what we've been building towards these last few months.
It's an incredibly creative way to find a solution. And it's odd because you were bringing up the whole Africa, the snake anti-venom thing. I have this weird obsession with watching this one guy named Chandler's Wildlife, and he literally will just go, he has his own snakes, and then he'll go and see other places and other snakes in other countries, and one of the countries ended up losing a finger because of it, where he went out there and got bit by I think it was a cobra or something and lost a finger, but it's that could have been way worse, had the anti-venom not been there, and there's probably so many places where they're not getting anti-venom quick enough, but not just that, other resources, other medications and things that if you're in a remote village, how do you get medication in time? How do you get down a mountain? How do you do all these different things? So for where you guys currently are, what is the most important next step you have to take? Is it getting involved with these government entities? And how is that process shaped up?
Right, so right now, as you can see, we're on the prototyping stage. So we're trying to develop this prototype more to be more robust. And that's what we're getting a bunch of money for, just to further develop the technology behind it. And the way we see this going to market is first, obviously, in the defense sector. So the military definitely needs a fast delivery technology. But also we're targeting organizations like the Red Cross, USAID, those kind of organizations, because inherently they have a network of these remote facilities, which needs some sort of interconnect feature between each part of those facilities. So a Red Cross can have a hub from where these rockets launch, and then they're able to deliver to all their villages everywhere.
All right, my last question. What is the most important next step you have to take to get closer to continuing to develop this technology and grow it at scale?
Get FAA certifications and develop the prototype to fly Mach 1.
I said that was the last one, but now I need to know, what is the time frame behind getting an FAA certification?
Right, so technically we have some certifications to fly under 400 feet, but for more, it's almost like a cat and mouse game between us and the FAA, but we're trying our best.
Oh my gosh. Well, good luck with it. I appreciate you guys sharing, and I look forward to watching you continue to fly and take over the sky.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Appreciate it, guys. And the founders at Founders Inc. just keep getting more and more creative. I love it, man. I love it. Next up, we got Kite ML. Kite ML. Oh, man. You got a dog. A robotic IDE to train autonomous robots in minutes, not days. Wow. I mean, as someone who doesn't own any pets because I don't like taking care of animals,
this
is
perfect
great.
for you. Yeah.
This would fit perfectly in my house. It's a little dystopian, a little ugly, but it's great.
You can paint it and put colors.
Yeah, maybe
in
I could turn it pink or something, and my fiance will love it. But appreciate you guys coming up to the stage to tell me more about how you're training robots.
Yeah, you want to get started?
Well, first of all, this is a great way to attract attention. So people are still getting familiar with robots. Have you ever taken on a walk? Actually, it works better than a golden retriever, at least in my experience. No, but really, in terms of what we're doing, Kite ML is an IDE for robotics. So the teams are spending around 30% of their time just stitching their stack together. And what we're doing and what we created with Kite is a really compelling way and an easy way for people, researchers, and companies to go from the idea of what they want their robot to do autonomously to actually doing the actual thing in much less time by making a lot of things simpler. Whether it is templates, whether it is a connection to the GPUs, whether it is the simulation itself, we've simplified a lot of the process, so it's just easier.
How important was it to abstract a lot of the process to get to a point where it could accelerate the overall training of robots?
Very important. I think about it as if robotics software today is in its infancy. So it's like GitHub in the 90s or where software engineering was in the 90s. So there's a lot of work to be done for us to figure out and converge into a set of tools that are actually good and industry standard. So all of that is still being defined.
And you're making it up as you go along.
Pretty much,
based on what you're seeing.
That's the fun part of this work, is that it hasn't been written. So we are still, there's a lot of field to discover.
So, if I'm not wrong, you guys pivoted from prosumer only to prosumer plus enterprise mid-program. What was the conversation that changed the approach of who you should be targeting for the software?
It's very interesting. So one of the things that's happening is that robotics is actually still in its early stages. So there are a lot of people who are hobbyists who are just like trying to get into it, but it's not as high. The ChatGPT moment for robotics hasn't happened. And so what you have is that, hey, like if you have around 5,000 people who are graduating from grad schools with some sort of robotics degree, actually a number of people that you can reach with an IDE is not as high. So what we realized is that, hey, we number one, need to continue going in this direction so that people continue to use the tools and we're ready for that ChatGPT moment when it comes. Yeah. But we also need to go into the real world. Wherever you see a task that should be easily automatable and that human intelligence should be used in a more efficient way, that's a great space where robotics should be. So now we're helping robotic startups like Copernicus, which is a startup that does lab automation, actually deploy robots in real world so that if a scientist comes in with a sample and they need to put it in a specific tray, the robot will know where to put it and does so autonomously. So we're trying to address both segments. One, the tools so that people can actually train robots faster, and two, help companies that are using the tools do so efficiently and deploy more quickly.
I think most people that kind of see the landscape of how AI has played out see the landscape of humanoids and robots and kind of a mixture of everything in between and how it's going to be kind of the next big wave. When you guys think about it from the ground floor and you're seeing it every single day, what are some of the instances and use cases that make you believe that there are robots that are going to be impactful on a regular basis beyond just humanoids in like the daily life improvement of humans?
Yeah, from my perspective, I think humanoids just, because of their form factor, they get a lot of media attention, but the actual impact in robotics will come personally from robotics arms or even like quadrupeds. They are very, very useful, very sturdy. And I think if we think what are the second or third order effects of what would happen to have a robot doing stuff in whatever environment you put it in, imagine one of the clients that we're working on is automating labs or doing lab automation. Imagine what we could do right now. Scientists, for example, spend about 80% of their time just doing repetitive tasks. Imagine if we can free up our time and we can actually do faster science, or maybe remove, instead of 80, we reduce it to 40. We can free the scientist's mind and their time to actually spend more time doing thinking or reflecting or doing the research that they need to do. So faster science, that's where we want to get to, is like to unlock that superpower that we humans have. So yeah.
You guys have a crazy story. Two Venezuelan founders on scholarship. You've been building together for 10 years, excuse me.
Yeah.
What is the thing that has allowed you to build such a strong bond as co-founders that keeps you close together?
Yeah. It's a really good question. So the way that we ended up coming here to the US was a very unlikely story.
Yeah.
We were both among like 15 out of 1,000 people who were selected to go to an international high school. And this is in the middle of Venezuela's humanitarian crisis.
Wow.
So people were like, struggling for aid. My family, we were having a really hard time putting food on the table. And suddenly we get this scholarship to come to the middle of nowhere in New Mexico, in the US, to go to an international school, to do high school. And it was incredible. It was an incredibly transformative experience. It changed our life's trajectory. But at the same time, it was really interesting because we both ended up graduating and going to the field and doing startups on our own. So Luigi was working on 3D printing. He also had a startup on museums and AR. And then I was working on financial technology for people in LATAM. So like we stayed connected throughout, and we ended up having very similar experiences. And suddenly in December, January, we reconnected and said, hey, there's all these things that we're recognizing both in the industry, Luigi was having a really hard time with. There's many PhDs that spending a ton of time training robots, and turns out like they should be spending their time more efficiently rather than just in setup. And then I was spending time I was an AI PM at eBay, and I was also helping Vercel with distribution for V0 as a V0 ambassador, doing go-to-market. And it's like, actually, I've seen the impact that vibe coding and agentic coding has had in people's workflows. So we were like putting two and two together. The workflow, the pain that people had in robotics with like the transformation that agentic coding could have. And that's where Kite was born.
Now, with where you guys currently are, to get where you want to be from a growth standpoint, from a product standpoint, what is the most important next step for you post-Canopy?
Yeah, I think if we portray the future of what does it mean to actually train a robot instantly, like in minutes, like that's where we want to get to. That you have an idea, I would like this robot to do this task, and it does it. That's where we want to get to eventually.
By extrapolating everything else.
And it's really hard to get there. There is a lot of unsolved problems that we are not going to solve by ourselves. Like the industry needs to be pushed forward. So I think there is that element of pushing the people and helping others get into the industry. That's area one. So we want to focus on building the tools. We want to focus on deploying robots to the real world. And with that, we want to focus on gathering the data and making that data available so other people can retrain. If we believe if we own that loop, where you can put robots in the real world, we have the tools and we gather the data, and then we use that to improve ourselves, we'll think we'll have a very sustainable and very strong business, but also push the industry forward. That's incredible. Ultimately what we want. Yeah.
Man, that's incredible. I appreciate you guys allowing me
Thank
to
you
chat
very
with
much.
I want to chat. I want us to chat more too because, one, I'm super interested in robots. I love the field. I do agree with you. I don't like the humanoid form factor. I think that like humans are egocentric, and that egocentric nature has made a lot of us believe that humanoids are going to be like great. But I'm like, if something moves better by rolling with wheels, why the hell would you want it to clog around?
Totally,
with, ligaments and knees that it doesn't actually have. So
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see kind of the next evolution of what happens with robots. And I don't know, we'll see what happens with humanoids as well.
We'll make it happen. If you want to train a robot, you know where to come.
I know exactly who to find.
Appreciate you. Good to meet you.
Thank you so much, Bryson.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Wow. All right. We saved one of my homies for last. Bonjour. What's up, my brother?
Fine, and you?
It is a pleasure to have you up here. I gotta backtrack now. Because
Yay! This
I gotta
is
get
sick.
you on the. You gotta be on the stream too.
Wait, why you cropped even rabbits?
I'm admiring, bro. I'm admiring. So, the team behind some of the most viral tech content on X.
Thank you.
In the Silicon bubble. But you're breaking outside the bubble.
Not yet. Soon.
You don't think so, but I've seen your content in other places. I've saw a couple clips on like TikTok and different places. So people see the value in what you're doing. You're making tech fun again. Give me the thesis behind what the hell is the big problem with Silicon Valley and why isn't tech currently fun?
So we have two problems. The first one is we don't know how to market stuff so well. We know how to build great products, but we don't know how to talk about them in the best way possible. So that's one. And second, the AI is scaring everyone because of layoffs, because of Dario and all those people.
Yeah, I think he just says a lot of, I mean, he's smart, but he says a lot of stupid shit.
Yeah. And we need to fight back that narrative because it happened before. We've had internet before. We've had computers before. And before they said computers will replace everyone, it's not the case. And this will be the case with AI. Same thing. It will help so many people get so much more things done, and that's cool. And
100%.
so I believe more in the human augmented future, where like we are better thanks to AI. And we don't say that to people enough. We need to say that to people enough and enough and enough. That's one. And second, the people in Silicon Valley, I think you've met a lot of them. They are cool. They have cool stories. They're amazing. And we need to talk more about them. Like, people are really cool here. That's what I like.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I mean, even if we're looking at, some of the content you've made behind, bringing back the analog value of the magazine and, you know, the cartoons, but then also like what you've done recently with Buzzer, which is like an incredibly cool format that Silicon Valley has never seen it. People don't do it.
Yeah.
And it's like we've been in this bubble of people, or I'm not going to say people, I think it's like most blatantly VCs seeing Harry Stebbings and then chasing the I need to start a podcast.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest, we don't need any more podcasts where rich people talk to other really rich founders about why they invested in them, because it's a bunch of boring shit.
Yes.
We want to hear from founders that are doing stuff like right here at Founders Inc.
Exactly.
But it's like, for that to happen, you have to have people that can see what it's supposed to be, and you're one of those people. So what is your approach to content that has allowed you, because you didn't just get into this game, you're not new to the game, you've been in it for a very long time, and you've built up this skill level. How are you able to realize that, hey, my talent is actually in telling the stories and narratives of what's happening in a way that people actually care about?
Yeah, so I think it's about how much depth you have on a topic. And I feel like if you are, like, let's say, consuming a lot of movies, you will know what a good movie is. And for me, it's the same. So I consume a lot of content.
Facts.
And that's what make me say, wait, this is good.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I have 1 feet inside the bubble, so I see like everything from TVPN to MTS, all of that. And at the same time, I see YouTube, I see the outside, I see TikTok, I see you on TikTok, I see you on Instagram, and they're like, yeah, that's cool, and we need more of that. And that's what makes you understand that there is some other ways that exist that are not TVPN, and that are even way better to watch. And that's, for example, where the Buzzer inspiration come from. Like, I was watching The Button, which is the original one, the speed dating one, and I was laughing so hard. I was like, wait, this is funny. Imagine if you put founders, investors, and they reject each other the same way they are doing it with speed dating. And it worked. People laughed so much on that. And it's still the first episode, the next ones will be even better. And I feel like, yeah, for me, that's the thesis. Is like, you need to get to the outside. You need culture. You need to read. You need to watch. You need to, I don't know, discover other cultures, other countries. And that will bring like a lot of depth into what you are doing.
This gets to be my last question of the day. When you look at where your media is and your growth has been in the tech space, what are some things that you need to see happen in your own story arc to take Silicon Mania to the next level?
We need more depth. We don't have that right now. So right now people see us as TikTok for tech. Like funny content, cool, okay, dopamine hits, but nothing really, how can I say it, journalistic. We want to go for that. Like
it's like creating the narrative and telling the story in a way that makes someone feel something.
Yeah, but we haven't yet reached the TechCrunch level where it's like, okay, wait, this is, they covered the story so well in some journalistic way. We need to do that next. Like, skip the, hey, this happened, to, hey, this happened, and here is what happened exactly. With like more details and more details. That's what media are about at the end. Like, not just, hey, hey, hey. It's more like, hey, I can explain something to you.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I think that like, and I don't know, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, but I think a thesis I have on media is there are too many people that are just talking heads that are afraid to have an opinion. Like, I think it looks great to look dumb. It's great to have an opinion on something and say, I stand on this side of the line, and this is what the hell I feel. And in the same way there might be 50 people that have the same opinion as me, there could be 50 others that hate my opinion. But like, I stand for some shit versus like, oh man, I'm in the middle all the time and like, this happened, and that's all I can say because I don't really have anything else to add to the fucking story.
Yeah. Like, you need opinions. Opinions matters. That's what makes us humans. And even in AI, like when you talk to Claude or ChatGPT and he has opinions, you are so happy.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, tell me my shit is shitty. And it's okay. And you like it because that's what makes humans humans. It's like we think, we believe, we have identities, narratives, and yeah, that's the magic. Wait, I have a last question for you.
Wow, here you go. Put me on the spot.
How was the day for you? This is your last question.
Oh, wow. I think today was one of the best days I've had in venture because what a lot of people don't know is Founders Inc. actually gave me the first real opportunity I had in this venture space.
Cool.
Before going and being able to like make content at YC or other places, Founders Inc. said, hey, we love what you're doing. We think it's going to be really big. I think I might have had like 10 or 12,000 followers at the time on Instagram. And like, they were like, yo, we want you to host this first thing. Nice. And like, it was quirky, it was in the moment, it was quick, not everything worked all the way, but it was awesome. Yeah. And they just keep bringing me back, and I'm just thankful that God allows me to have these opportunities, because to me, this is where the real innovation is happening. Like, you can hear 50 quotes. You talked about the Dario one where he's like, oh my God, AI is going to take every job. How many times do you need to have to fucking hear that before you're like, yo, I'm just kind of tired of hearing everyone have the same opinion. Who thinks AI is going to create millions and millions of new jobs at some point, other than just extrapolating and removing old ones? Yeah. Because like, to the point of taking and creating, if the whole thought process was when the car came out that, oh man, every horse breeder and horse seller is going out of business, we wouldn't have saw the millions of new jobs created by Ford when all these automobile shops open. Exactly. So I'd rather be optimistic on the future and enjoy what's happening right now, the same way I'm enjoying having this conversation with you.
So cool. Thank you.
Thank you, my bro. Much love. Big fan. I'm a big fan, bro. Seriously, huge fan. Man, this has been a lot of fun. And if you've stayed around at all to hear me yapping for the last 2.5 hours, I greatly appreciate you, because I know at times I can be quite a drag, and I can yap way too often, and I do way too much yapping enough already. I'm not going to keep you any longer. I just want to say thank you to the team at Founders Inc., all the great founders. Canopy had 400 plus founders building, man, 400 teams. And I think that they're going to continue to build, because the next level of what this looks like is they're bringing in more founders from more backgrounds, and a lot of founders in these rooms come from places that would have been overlooked by Y Combinator and other accelerators, and it's not talked about enough, the fact that they go out and bring founders in from places that would have been overlooked and say, hey, come build here. If you're building something fucking dope, it's going to lead to an opportunity. And Founders Inc. has been that place for me. That's created a lot of opportunities for me and founders. So thanks, guys, so much for having me on the stream. It's been fun. Now go enjoy the rest of the evening. Take care.
look at